fancy the countdown. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Ready.
Welcome to Fancy Dungeons and Dragons, everybody. Here we are in the lovely world of Discords and Twitch. Today we're gonna, well, I don't think you just wrap up Icespire Peak, but we're at the final chapter of my pseudo chapter 1, as we go into chapter 2 of Storm King's Thunder. Let's see who we got here. We got JD playing our Drow Paladin, Mirren 2.0. We got Lawrence playing Quaddle, half-orc ranger. Super good ranger, the best one we've ever had. Very OP and very meta. And then we got Pete, who's also Pete DM next weekend, playing Puent, a very broken dwarven cleric. We don't need to talk to him. And we got Skylar playing Blandina, the soon-to-be super-duper OP wizard. Thank you all for showing up. We got a couple. We hit 576, I think, followers, which is really great. Over the past week, we created, which we're learning things about streams. So like we learned what a stretch goal is. I'm learning fancy terms. Yeah, no cap. No cap. We're doing stretch goals. Cling, cling, cling. So we're trying to get to as many followers to build this community as possible. So we've got 2 giveaways. And we're going to really leash you by doing the giveaway before our break at the 2-hour point. And then we're going to do at the 4-ish hour point, we'll do our final giveaway. The first giveaway will be Hebridean Tales monster cards. I'm going to potentially use 1 or 2 of them today, which would be fantastic. He breaks down, if you can kind of see, home-brewed type monsters. He's got a thing on Backer Kit. If you go find Hebridean Tales, if you go to our IG or our Discord, you can find it there as well. Eric is a fantastic sponsor for us and friend. And then at the end of the session, we'll give away our final Wanderer's Emporium miniature kit. If you can see, if I've got a couple of them sitting around here somewhere, I've got they're really well embossed cardboard small minis that if you travel as a DM or something like that, you can just stack like butt tons in your kit and roll out with them. So those will be our 2 giveaways. Finally, before I pass it over to Skylar for final words, is if you're out there, it's the final couple weeks before Christmas. It can be a lonely time for folks. If you need some specialized counseling or just want to speak to someone anonymously, just dial 988. They can text you, or you can chat on the phone or email you, whatever's the best. And there's all sorts of a myriad of different types of counselors out there for any sorts of troubles you're having. So, if you're a dudette, feel free to feel blue and reach out and talk to somebody. And that's what I got to say about that. Go ahead, Skylar.
Yeah, perfect. So with that giveaway, we're going to go ahead and start that now. So I'm going to hit publish, and that's going to go right now. So be on the lookout and type !ticket to get yourself entered for this first giveaway. And then we will, once we come back from the break, we'll do that first giveaway and get that second giveaway started. So if you guys are listening, if you guys are watching, if you're lurking, be sure to get in there and type !ticket to get yourself entered for this first giveaway. And
we can find your address and feed our serial killerness.
Absolutely.
In the end.
And welcome another World Tabletop. Thank you so much for the shout out you guys gave us earlier this week. We certainly appreciate it.
Nice.
Huge.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's all I've got.
They run the same kind of table we do. Just a bunch of bros and broettes out there, you know what I mean? Just they're talking, and Dungeons and Dragons kind of happens, and it just a lot of good tomfoolery. It's my style. Like,
yeah.
Is that what we're playing? Is it Dungeons and Dragons?
It's Call of the Cthulhu Dragons. Something
Cool.
Yeah. All right, are we ready? As you fade into the mountains of Icespire Peak, you find yourself, Puent, covered in the viscera of Cryovane, who was just minding his own business at the top of this mountain, just doing what white dragons do, So he found his most secluded spot, the top of a mountain, and you, a cleric, just went up there, murdered him. You know what I mean? He may have been solving issues with the balance of life, but there you go. Cryovane dead at the hands of what was it, the blade? The cube of death that Flynn has. What is that? The blade something or other? Where he throws out knives everywhere?
Cloud of daggers.
Cloud of daggers.
Cloud of broken spell. Let's see. Let's roll a d20 and someone help me out with a recap for the inspirations. Let's roll dice. Who brought dice?
High or low?
Are we going high or low?
I just want to see what you guys. Let's go.
18.
Let's go.
Let's say tell us after.
Yeah, let's go low.
It's 8. I had an 18.
A 3?
3.
Three.
I got 2.
Tight.
Yeah.
You win.
I was actually here.
You mean I didn't win with a 3? That's impressive. Well done.
If I get a 1 or 2, I can re-roll.
Yeah, in Baldur's Gate, if you carry the twist of fortune, you could re-roll, but no. You're
Okay.
here.
I'm here. All right. So last week,
Oh yeah, you were here for
2
that.
weeks ago,
Yeah.
last we met for this campaign. The refugees had entered the gates. We were on our way up to our final point to actually scratch the refugee part.
Sweet.
We hit kind of our point in the mountain where I did some final hunting to get some warmth for our crew. We didn't have much time, so we settled what we had and then made our way up to the mountain. We did it without the help of Brackus because he did right before. I rolled pretty well, I'm gonna say. I mean, I'm
You did.
too much out here, but I did some ranger stuff against Cryovane. Flynn died
Couple times.
a couple times.
Yeah.
But he dealt the final blow to the dragon. There were spirit guns. There was all kinds of cool stuff that
Yeah.
happened. We slayed the dragon, Cryovane. Used its blood as war paint.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
probably not inspiration what happened, but
No, that's good.
what happened.
Look, it's a Wandering Emporium's inspiration ticket. This will be, so use it. So try to use it during session because it goes away at the end of the session. And it's his to pass out because he did so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coatl, you did forget. I did launch 3 giant fireballs.
So Fireball of the Dragon Slayer, that's what I'm talking
Oh, you ripped off the entire
Yeah.
necklace. She used all of her, what do you call them? Uncommon items that I worked so hard. No, I'm just kidding. What is it? They were in here. There were too many gifts inside this thing for a long-term game.
Yeah,
That's right. He enabled me to. He enabled Flynn to really blow those last, deal those last blows.
Okay, I was like, what's he doing?
You also did you remember about the did you remember the dwarf on ice part as well?
Yeah.
The dwarf on
You
ice.
forgot all the good stuff.
Dwarf on ice.
Then defeated dragon. That was all in there.
When the cool stuff is really happening, I don't take as many notes as when.
This is happening at the top of Icespire Hold as they're like arguing with each other. And you hear this mirroring as you're coming up the hill. You were pulling, rear security. You walk through a gatehouse, right? And you can hear echoes of like talking about remembering what happened and how we got up here. But it's really quiet now. There was a lot of thunderstorms. There was sleet, but the weather seemed to have broken. Not that a young white dragon can really change the environment, but he was growing and he was becoming more powerful. And you could tell where you heard some explosions and you move to the sound of the guns. You go through this gatehouse where you see bodies hanging off like the parapets of like, think of a keep, there's the French guy and he's like, no, you cannot come up here, I'll pop you again. And like, there's like dudes hanging, by their belts, and they got arrows stitched up in them from everywhere. And you're like, whoa, must have been some rangering going on up here. You cross this really narrow bridge, where there's a dude, kind of like his days of adventuring are kind of behind him. A little bit overweight in the haunch area. No shirt, despite it's being cold. And he's super frozen and dead. Like he's got, ghost face, like, sitting there.
I was expecting the puzzle. It's like, riddle?
Yeah. But you can hear on top of this keep, which is probably like 40 feet to your frontage, like in your frontage, like wide. But you can't see above it because it's roughly like 20, 30 feet high. But you can hear the voices of your guys kind of talking at the top. And there is an open door in front of you. I'll just kind of walk you through this. As you get caught up, you walk through, you see 3 dead sturges on the ground, an arm. Well, this looks like a greeting hall where there's old heraldry banners. It looks like there is a fist clenching with a lightning bolt hitting it. Old heraldry stuff, and there are old skeletons with rusted armor on them. You kind of walk through a kitchen, hearing the sounds of the voices. You walk down a hallway. There are doors off to your left and right. You see one that looks like an old throne room with looks like pieces of a ripped up body, but you can kind of see it in your peripherals. You haven't necessarily investigated. You walk up a spiral staircase, and there you see it. You see, a bunch of dudes looking over a brand new car. There's this 20-foot dragon. It's has this huge ripped open hole in it. Point is just covered in, it looks like he's got the wiener necklace. You know what I mean? Of intestines, all intestines, wrapped around his neck and stuff, and just guts, chunks everywhere.
I make it look good. It's fine.
Flynn's looking at a new, a magical instrument that he just found. As he's breathe, one that works better. You know what I mean? One that's worthy of killing a dragon.
This one stays in tune.
So we'll go, Mr. Puent. As I steal a little bit of his agency, spitting out, guts and teeth. What would you like to do? Do you remember what the map kind of looked like? Do you remember where you're at? You're on a very slick surface.
And you said that there was his horde was all frozen in the ice, didn't you?
Huh?
You said his horde was frozen in the ice.
Well, yeah. So you look around and you notice what you know about adult white dragons is they're very aggressive. They're like the barbarians of the dragons, and you're beginning to understand this. It didn't look like he was there for the loot. He does have some slick, smoothed out ice where you see trinkets inside of it, sparkling. So you see that, but doesn't look like a whole lot, but there is blocks of what look like things that he shinies that he kept, but it's more about the carcasses and things like that. You could tell he's been eating elk and things like that from the area. A cow with a bell with a
no.
I turn to Kotor and go, this dragon hide, is it something that we can harvest and use for things?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. You're getting the leading questions. It's always if you asked, I'm assuming yes.
I was saying, as the ranger, is it something that you're able to sort of get some of this scales off, get some of it off because even if we just make some fancy sort of pauldrons and stuff like that to sort of give us a bit of a look, to make us look a little bit better and sort of to unify the party somewhat.
Maybe pull some hide. I can make a dragon hide cloak.
Yeah.
Necklace isn't enough for you. Yeah.
The intestines necklace.
It'll take a little bit of time. But I can butcher this bad Sally up and.
Well, if you need a hand, let me know, and I'm sure I can pray to Modern to assist your hand with your blade.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Well, whilst you're doing that, I'll go and look at the shiny trinket thing and just hit it with my hammer a bit and see if I can find anything in there that's worth taking.
It was very bitter cold when you started this, and it went from probably the 20s to the 40s already since you've done this. The clouds do they were really thick and breaking on the mountains. You can now see sunlight breaking through in spots. And as you know, when you like look up into the clouds, it's very overcast. You can see like it's clear in a million right above this cloud deck. Like I really wish I was up there. That looks, and it breaks through in really cool rays of light on this. And as you're chipping, you can kind of see the moisture coming off this. You find about 180 gold pieces in there. It's quite a lot for the region that he has been attacking. It's not very like the Triboar Road and Phandalin. It's dudes aren't like that wealthy. You keep digging away, and you find a necklace with a circular like a plate on it, and it's got a hammer there.
Whoa.
Or a symbol you're very familiar with that you can design in your own mind's eye that looks like Moradin.
I take this and go, that looks very useful. This is a.
You can
Obviously.
feel like energy coming off this thing. Like you can feel that this is, it's very clean. A lot of like the dirt or anything that had been on it anyways will just like slough off. It's very bright. Shiny.
Yeah, I know. I'll sort of point this out. Look what I found, guys. I know.
Ooh, that looks pretty.
For the sake of moving along, you guys have all been kind of picking and looking around. You guys have collectively picked up the gold and the copper and stuff like that to find the 180 gold pieces.
Anything else fancy in there?
Not on the top floor. On the top floor. If you want to keep searching around, Blandina, you go downstairs. You keep kind of snooping around. You go into that throne room. You see a axe with a severed, like a very ornate axe with a severed arm. What looks like, kind of thick, but it's like frozen. And you can see like a dead orc chieftain kind of in half. Like he was bitten in half at the throne, just kind of sitting there.
Yeah.
Like the top half of him eaten and just like an arm on the floor. You look around and you get up a little bit closer to him. You notice that his boots are not frozen.
Ooh. I'll do an Arcana check on the boots.
Okay.
What is that? 14.
So you walk up, and before you get there, you kind of study them a little bit. You notice that you watch that the snow that settles on it, or the ice that settles on it from like his legs, it kind of melts away. You're like, okay, this is clearly magical. As you're doing your check and your study, you're putting everything together to realize these are the boots of the Winterlands,
Ooh,
or the boots of the.
I was gonna say, what do they look like?
They look like Uggs, specifically. Yeah, they're they look like faux leather.
Question: Does it come with a matching body warmer?
They look
Does it
real
come with a-
sweaty in the sock.
Yeah. Tim, does this come with a matching body warmer?
Yeah, yes, you can tell it comes in 3 pieces: a vest, you know what I mean, and a fluffy hat, you know what I mean. But it's not all together.
Oh yes, I've been waiting for something like this. It is so cold.
Yeah, they're exactly what you're looking for right now. Yeah.
Han Solo.
Han Solo boots achieved, Bing! And a metal PlayStation. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
These are not.
I'm gonna sit down next to the throne and just jimmy them on.
Yeah. You can go into manage whatever, and you know what you're looking for. Same with you, Pete. That's the +1 amulet of the devout. I believe that's what that's called.
Ooh, pretty.
For the rest of y'all, you keep looking around. There is a hatch to the areas below. We'll say, Lawrence, before you start carving things away, you continue and you find like the barracks where a bunch of orcs used to hang out. You see paraphernalia and a brand where they were trying to do the lightning bolt you know what I mean, where it's like a cloud and lightning bolt for Talos. There was some sort of tribe. You could read in Orcish that they were trying to like write bolts, coming up with weird names.
Yeah.
You know, they want to be the spear of Talos. Do we want to be the like? You could tell as it's kind of that.
Brainstorming.
Yeah. They were up there trying to brand.
Okay.
You know, and they must have died right before they really took off. Right around 575 followers,
Okay.
they got canceled.
Yeah.
And they're out of here. Let's see. So you look up, you find a sack containing a lot of copper pieces, 450 to be exact, and 182 silver pieces. So it's like a really filthy sack. There's like other stocks and snot rags in there. You find other like there's 2 mints with like hair stuck together inside of it,
Yeah.
and like chapstick with the lid off.
Okay.
Yeah. It's really bad.
I'm gonna grab that.
Yeah.
I feel like it could be useful later.
It's real cold up here.
Yeah.
It's chapped lips.
You find a cracked spyglass.
Okay.
Cracked.
Spyglass. Ooh.
Cracked spyglass. Like you can
You
look
did-
through it. You know what I
He
mean? But it's
he
not.
didn't even give you an uncracked one. That's just nasty. Oh,
You got a quest to go get it fixed. That's it.
Blame these guys. But you did get chapstick.
I did. It's mighty windies here.
That was my guess. God, there's Cheez-Its, you know what I mean? The bottoms, crumbs of goldfish. You could tell this was a mom in a hurry. God rest their hard work. Okay, let's see. And there you go. The world is your flat range. Mirren, what would you like to do?
All right, so I run up and I see everyone, scrounging and hacking at ice and, generally looting and pilfering. I'm like, oh, so you guys got the little drag. Where's the big one? There's another one around? Like,
Sing, you hear from the mountaintops.
we go when we find the big one. You will definitely be the head of the group that's attacking it.
I go, yeah, pulling over here. That kind of sucked. No, it's real cold and lonely.
You volunteered for it, so
We all heard that, didn't we? We all heard that first. That's what Miriam wants to do.
He's got the sword of dragon slaying. He's like using it as a chainsaw. Like, I'm almost there. 1 second.
Hey, I'll be there in a minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
I think someone put Mogas in this thing.
I think that thing's just a sort of. I didn't want to show up.
It's a sort of-
like this at the beginning of the session, and then it gets quiet
I
for an
thought,
hour.
I thought it was a sword of empty promises.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I can pull it up. But who identified this weapon anyway? It wasn't me. I just, I was giving it. But
Yeah.
okay, so now that that's done, where is everybody done looting? As I look around, people are downstairs about.
Do a 2 checks. Give me a nature check as you kind of walk up and you look at this monster at Cryvane. And with Quent, if you roll higher than a 10, you're aiding him because you want this armor, right? You're looking at the sturdiest chunks, not
Yeah,
armor.
I'm also
Let's not get weird. This is an adult.
yeah.
It's-
I'm helping him. I rolled a 18, but I'm also casting guide. I'm casting guidance on him as well, so he gets a D4 as well.
okay. So
so with the D4, I get 12.
okay, you start finding like there's a massive hole in its stomach. You start looking like, how long do you guys plan on staying up here? You're able to find a good spot to peel off and start carving, like where some of the damage has already been, to get off a reasonable chunk of scales.
Okay.
And do a survival check.
Okay. Can I also I want to pick out enough teeth for all of us to have
Okay. Yep.
choppers?
Yep. Do your survival check, and yeah, basically tell me what you're looking for,
Oof.
because I'll say the bag of holding is about maxed. This
Yeah.
stuff's not
Well,
light.
I'm gonna dump out a bunch of this wood and just and,
Never mind.
like. So
Actually, can we? Before you do that, can you dump the wood out? and we'll get a fire going on top of this hill. It'll be a
Yes.
good signal for people to show us that we have conquered this castle, we have done this. It'll be like people will see, did you see that fire on top of the mountain? And go, yes, we killed Cryovic.
Yeah, do that. Like this giant fire on top of this mountain. You guess what you guys do? Tie, cool. You guys light a fire. I'm not gonna let you roll for that. You guys create a perfectly large, huge fire. That's fantastic.
I'm gonna keep 15. I'm gonna keep 15 pounds of wood in the bag of holding, just in case we need it on the way back.
Okay.
Is there a song playing in the background? The fire
With the fire?
mountain. No. Okay. That's okay.
I mean,
I rolled a 6.
do tell us this. Okay. Okay. What in your long rest period? How much of this are you? And you're busy during your long rest.
Yeah.
But there's a gigantic beacon or fire that's on top of this thing, keeping you warm. What are you trying to pull off the dragon?
So I want to get enough scales that we could all have it crafted into, if somebody wants a vest or if they want cuffs,
Okay.
something that we can all be identified, and this is kind of bringing us closer together as, hey, we did it, guys.
Okay.
And then enough teeth for each of us to have one of the dragon's
All
teeth.
necklace.
Yeah.
All right. You carve 6 teeth. They come out. You can get into the back, and there's some real easy ones you can pull out. Some are already on the ground. And you spend the better half of the evening. You get probably 2 or 3 sizable scales that you need to take to someone that's an expert on,
Okay.
crafting whatever you want. But you can stuff them in there. I'll say, how much? You got a bag of holding? How much?
We have. How much do they weigh? Would you say?
I'm gonna say you can stuff as much. I'll tell you how much. You know what I mean? Like,
We've got like 250 pounds worth of space left.
I'll say throughout the evening, pulling off and getting it right, about 150 pounds worth of this is what that's a lot.
Sweet.
Okay.
That's basically what you're doing through the evening, just cleaning those, finding your zen. Let's see, Blandina, what do you want to do throughout the evening?
I am.
Yes, the rest before you head downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally showing off my new amazing UGG boots and sitting by the fire and drinking some pumpkin spice latte. I'm handing it pumpkin spice latte out to everybody, and writing down in my book everything I can learn about the dragon. And anatomically, find out since it was cold and I'm a cold person, and I'm also going to start walk around and look at this castle and think this would be a great place to live. How can we secure this?
If you search around, you get the idea that this was built in the last century. You get the sense that somebody came up here to build a stronghold, and these orcs took it over, and then building a stronghold on the mountain seems like a great place to take over. You know what I mean? And then Cryovic did it, so you get the sense that building this thing,
Changing hands.
yeah, it seems to be like it's so ideal that people like to purchase it for free.
Work's done.
This was easy.
We'll
And I got all your weapons.
We'll just call it Blandina's board house for now.
Wait.
Board.
Boardhouse?
Oh.
Board house. board house.
Boardhouse. Okay.
The gatehouse is
I'm sure it's a capital B.
pristine. Like it's well kept. Obviously, there's no heating. The keep itself has very large holes in it from Cryovane just rooting around trying to get the orcs out. There is a crypt in the bottom, and you get the sense that you found the crypts are stuffed with bodies, and it looks like there must have been some sort of mutiny. Something went down with the previous group here from long ago. Because you see some of their badges that were up there, but maybe the orcs took advantage of that. Because the
after,
bodies don't look like they were killed by orcs. They were like properly, you know what I mean, like buried, but they're all recent.
so after seeing that orc downstairs with the boots on, Coatl, do you know anything about this particular group of orcs?
I do not. I have heard that they may have built a stronghold up here, but I don't know who they are. I'm not familiar with them.
You can nature. You can do a nature religion history check,
I'll do a history check.
at your.
16.
That's not bad. So you see that they are branding over top of their brands, and you can tell that this was a group that lives up in. I've got a map right in front of me. The something marshes. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, 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 deep, boop, boop, boop. I'm not gonna find it right away. Where's Longshell? Steel metals, the crags. Where am I going with this before I waste too much time? Anyways, like you know that there's like ancient. You've heard of King Obold, right? In the Many Arrow tribe, and you get the sense that these dudes broke off, from the main MC, right? So there's like the Hell's Angels are like up north, and these dudes are like they broke off that because you can see they've got brands over their brands, but King Obold's, it's probably like. You're not sure of the lore. There was a King Obold the Seventh, but you're not sure what's happening there. But you know that your orc heritage, you definitely came from this, this neutralist, peaceful tribe that brought balance to the spine of the world. In a way, like that dwarves started working together with orcs, and that this tribe obviously wanted to keep more of a, raiding party kind of mentality, as opposed to a structure. But you know that these type of orc groups break off ever so often. There.
So yes, yes.
Yes, it does. That given, being that this keep was originally built by someone else, and knightly orders or whoever it may be probably built it. I'm gonna do a religion check to see if I can identify the symbol or
of the previous owners.
The dead guys in there.
We're going to do a dead guy check. I'm not cut out for these duties. Dead guys duties.
Religion, be a 16 religion. If it's religious.
Okay, so as you so I'm just gonna tie this into religion. When you were in school, when you were, doing your paladin catechism, you did learn about different types of folks that, there's like the Order of the Gauntlets. Those are religious, a group of heroes that help, open up safe routes and things like that, and take care of the weak and needy. There's other types of groups, and you've heard of a woman named Delsandra Amzar, and you get the sense that this is where her lair was, but she has been long since gone, and now you're like, oh, like they obviously came up here and passed away.
Notes to write down. Jeez.
May she be at rest. No, Delsandra.
Yep, she was like a mercenary, kind of like a privateer, where she worked by, with, and through like kind of a goodly way. But they lived up there, and their band would come down and make money, solving issues for folks, and you could tell that their last day was up here against this band of orcs.
Okay.
But then the orcs got their comeuppance, but then that guy's comeuppance got comeuppance.
He got comeuppance.
Yeah, you guys are next.
Now that we just set the largest bonfire on top of this mountain that has been dark for probably a good couple months, I will pull shift, essentially guarding our entrance that we expect possible people to diverse up here.
Okay.
And I'll sit around. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. You'll keep a keen eye. You know that despite the fact that this is a beacon, the weather is probably not going to carry it too far. You get the sense that probably this is a shock to any denizens that see it now. Tomorrow, someone might, come after this or the next day. But right now, the fact that it's a big surprise. All these explosions and the fire. Maybe we don't want to go up there. Is you know what I mean? Your mindset like, no, let's let this kind of sort itself out. Like you're looking up in the mountain, you see blue and red lights up there. You're like, I don't want to go in that neighborhood right now. So that being said, you pass your shift with no issues. Let's see, who have we not hit? Point you were helping.
No.
Whatever you
Well, I helped him obviously with the start of the hide and stuff. But then there's that adventuring party that we took out here. I want to basically get all their bodies. I want them to get buried. I want to obviously and also do the classic. Anything that's metal, take off them because they don't need that. They're dead.
So if that's the case, use the crypts and stuff just about everybody down into the crypts.
Is the crypt somewhere they would go, or is that actually? I'm just trying to figure out is it better to sort of burn the bodies? Or is this
either way?
Yeah, yeah. So any metal armor, weapons.
Bad way and doing it with honor. You know what I mean?
I'm doing it with honor. I'm doing it with honor. It's just, I'm thing we just cremating them, just making sure they're gone. And any metal armor and weapons, I'm going to put into my metal hoard of things.
Metal horde of things. I love it.
What did I say? You find 2 sets of splint mail and 1 great axe, 2 long swords, and 2 functioning longbows.
I'll say to Kotal, do you need a spare bow?
And most importantly, 4 fully tacked horses. We're in the stables.
Well, did they just appear? We found some horses.
You saw them on the way up. You guys were setting up the raid. You weren't about to like. Cool. We're here for horses. I think you were here for a dragon. But I mentioned when you came up, there were 5 stalls, 4 horses fully tacked.
That checks.
So of those longbows, is there anything special about them? Can we tell?
I think they're actually have a look at them. How do they look special, or are they just the standard?
Let me check to see how many uncommon items you have. They look normal.
Okay, sweet.
You know what? I'll take one. I'm proficient with one, and I don't have anything other than spells and a dagger.
Before I do this, Mirren, this splint mail that I found might be useful for you as an upgrade. I don't know what your armor is.
Size. You able to?
Splint mail is you need a 15 strength, which I think you've got.
Yeah, a little bit.
And it's a 17 armor class.
Okay, yeah, that definitely will be an upgrade. It just needs to be fashioned a little.
I can do that. I can work my magic and make it fashioned and make it fit you and stuff.
All right then. Yeah. I'll appreciate that. Whenever you get that done, let me know. I'll hand you mine.
I'll do it overnight by the grace of Modern.
Very basic splint mail. It doesn't have any like any weird ornaments or anything like that. So it's the way you want the splint mail to look in your mind.
Yeah. And I think I'll wear the.
He's like, and then
You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, here's your dead elf ear splint mail, but I fixed it in the Quint fashion. It's got
I'll do it as well as you want to, but I'll wear the.
one.
I'll wear the other splint mail, and you can have this splint mail, and there we go.
Yeah. Aren't I merciful, Quint?
Oh, you're lovely.
Yeah.
You're in hot water in the other campaign, is all I'll say.
Literally, we're screwed. Remember Druffy from Neverwinter PS4?
Huh.
We just met Druffy. I'm like 10 feet from her, and he's like, "And we'll see you next week." I'm like,
Oh, that fight needing to happen.
"I'm king on a bat. What am I supposed to do?"
Like, and go for it.
Oh yeah, with the push pull that she did, that was lame. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Back to the Forgotten Realms. You wake up in the morning. Fire's still going. Guys are very warm. Slept well. Full rest. Very, very level 5. Congratulations. And you can see down into the mountains are Quaddle, as you wake up and you do your assessments, you can see like really far as the storm has broken. It's very windy though, like fall wind coming off the ocean. So like, it might be, if the sun was out, it might be a lot like warmer. I mean, it's out, but the wind is blowing.
Yeah.
You do see a pretty consistent thunderstorm on the coast. So you can look and you can see the Sword Coast. You can look down and you see a stream of smoke coming off from Phandalin.
Okay.
Like just some things. It looks like it got smashed like pretty hard. You can see the Triboar Road. You can see the Neverwinter Woods before you, and I would say the Triboar Road. You can see that going left to right in front of you.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out my cracked spyglass
Oh,
and see if I can gather anything else from.
so as you pull out the cracks, you know what I mean, like spyglass. It's like, yo, got me more crack. You're like, you're like, oh, it's not that kind of crack. This thing has, sentience and it just wants drugs. Just kidding. So you looking for it, you look. So that would be pretty. Matter of fact, that's what we're going to look.
It's a cracked out spyglass.
Yeah. Oh, cracked out. Yeah. So you look through this thing. I'm stupid. All right, go ahead. What do you want to look at? What do you want to look at with this thing? My bad.
Well, that's okay. I'm gonna see if I can. Well, can I see what is going on? I see the big plume of smoke.
Mhm.
Is there anything else I can see coming? Maybe around that.
Okay. Yep. You stare and you look at it for a while. You see what looks like 40 creatures or so walking away from it down the Triboar Road,
Okay.
heading towards Triboar.
Okay.
But they look like dots.
Okay. Along the Triboar Road, anything else that I see?
You'll look, but you can't really break anything out. You see, you're looking. Let's do a. Pretty easy to see like the 40 bodies. Give me a perception check. And if you want guidance or anything like that as you're doing it, if it's that important, or if this is just a nonchalant look, that's on you.
If you want it, let me know. I can give you guidance anytime.
I could use some guidance.
Here, have an extra D4, and I'll get Modern to help you.
Every time, it's always a one.
And I'll cast Mage Hand to give you a good slap on the ass to say, "You got this, buddy."
Thank you.
You can do it.
So that's a 19.
Okay. So you slowly, steadily, you're putting your elbow up on the parapet, and you're just like looking along. You see the 40 creatures moving down the road, and about 10 miles in front of them, you see 2 horses with people on them moving towards what you think is Triboar, because you see another town. You see like a shrine that looked like ruins along the way near Coneyberry. You're kind of, you know what I mean? You see Triboar, halfway is Coneyberry, and then Phandalin. The people look like they're past Butterskull Ranch, kind of moving, and then the 40, creatures are moving down the road towards them.
Okay. And I'm going to relay that information to the party.
Yep.
creatures. Yeah.
Because it's dots. It's far away.
Think people. Yes. Okay. Something.
Is that so? What were you trying to study? The 40 or the road? I gave you like what's left on the road.
What's left on the road? So
Okay.
I know the 40's there. I know where they're at, but I want to know kind of what else is going on the road.
Okay.
That's about the number that we left in Axholm, right?
No, that's not close to 100.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
There's a lot of people inside Axholm.
So they'll probably go back to Phandalin and rebuild, if I had to guess.
They don't have a dragon to worry about. Yeah.
No, I reckon they'll hold up. The dwarves are staying in Axholm, and we're gonna get that back up to normal as well.
Just two of them.
Yeah, once the other dwarves in the area realise that Axholm is now being rekindled, I'm sure more dwarves will appear.
I believe that.
Build it, and they will come.
Okay, good. So being that we know the majority of fighting forces moved south toward the well of the dragons, you said they were moving north, the opposite direction.
They were moving away from the smoke from Phandalin.
They're moving towards Triboar.
In the 40, you're like close to Coneyberry. If you guys remember the map, right? So it goes like Phandalin, Coneyberry, Triboar.
If they're going north-ish, I would wager. Okay.
And there was only one way up to this fortress, right? Like the one road that we came through.
No,
Yep.
there was.
Oh, no.
There was an easier route that I was kind of able to find, and then there's another route. We took like the foothills route. There's a direct route straight up the mountain, but it would take them a long time to get up to the mountain, to the top of the mountain.
But they both kind of go through the same direction, right? They go back towards, like, there's no trail that would go towards Triboar. They all go back towards Phandalin, correct?
The only trail was like, zigzaggy back towards the base, towards Axholm.
Towards Axholm and Phandalin, right?
Yep.
So we'll have to go back through Phandalin to get to Triboar, I guess is what I'm...
That just takes you to the base, the quickest way to the base of the mountain. So that trail just takes you to the base of the mountain.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And then you just move straight north to
Okay.
hit the Triboar Trail.
Gotcha.
Which is like maybe 10 miles from the base of the mountain.
Sure. Cool.
Can you fall? Just jump.
There you go.
I do have Featherfall.
So-
yes. We could do that.
That being said, you do search around, and I totally forgot. You do find a toboggan.
Okay, thing. Yeah. Push it off and.
We are going to join the we are going to join the cool runnings Jamaican bobsled team now.
And we have the horses too.
Yeah, there are 4 horses, outside.
Oh yeah, but how much more fun will it be tobogganing down this mountainside?
Kill the horses and then put a horse in the toboggan.
Amazing. No, right.
I mean,
Well, I think
we could get the horses, and I could cast Featherfall on all of us, and we just jump off the mountain with the horses.
And have them pull the toboggan that we're in.
yeah, sounds like a plan.
I'm in.
I'm glad the paladin's being sensible.
Well, this fighting force.
That's a terrible idea. I hate it.
I'll no, but we don't know if this 40 some odd crew is hostile or not, and they're moving towards a town, which might need our savings, so we need to get there post haste.
Well, thing is, to be honest, we need to get down this mountain and tell them that it's safe now. They don't know that Kyrovane has actually been defeated. They're still cowering in Axholm. Yeah, but they're cowering in Axholm. They might not have seen the fires, and seeing the fires doesn't know. They could just think that there was an epic battle of flame, like there was from what Blandina was doing. I'm just saying is that we need to let them know that they are now safe.
Let them know that they are safe.
Can you help me with this? You guys want to go down the mountain? But yeah,
Yes.
I mean, this doesn't take a lot of, you guys, you guys already know what the way was, so you don't have to do, the tracking. You guys make your way back down, you zigzag down, you take your time. Icespire hold fades behind you. The weather kind of clears up. By the time you get to the bottom of the hill, it's roughly, midday. And you're able to, if you want to spend another day to go back to Axholm, you can arrive there.
I know we need to go and save that part get to the Triboar, but we do literally need to do what we were sent here to do and let them know what happened.
Yeah.
Are you guys riding the horses as well?
Yes, I'll take a horse.
Yeah. If you guys book it, you can arrive. Well, you can arrive back to Axholm by nightfall. You guys are at day 24 of your journey. As you guys are traveling, you do feel the sense and the tremors of the Drackhorn. Like you feel animals going, feral, and you're seeing a lot less animals. You think that they're probably receding into the forests or whatever. But you're just seeing a lot less like natural migrations and things like that.
Okay.
So we'll trip to Axholm and give them the good news so they can start rebuilding their lives. And then head to Triboar. Unless they have more issues that we need to solve. Probably didn't, awaken some weird undead thing there. But
you arrive there, and there's some bustling, in the camp. You see that a little bit of like the natural life is starting to show up, where you see clothes being dried outside of the cave. You as a dwarf, you start seeing like human things happening inside. You know what I mean? You're like, everything's perfectly fine inside the cave, but you see people wanting to be outside and doing stuff. So that seems unnatural to what is a dwarven home, whatever. But that's just something that you kind of pick up on. But you see that they're getting on. Phandolin's been crushed like 48 times.
Well, we got
the Forgotten Realms history, and look, they're like a town in like Fort Worth. It's like hit by a hurricane. Like, every other year. Not Fort Worth, Fort Walton.
Is anybody else losing Tim?
A little bit, yes.
Uh-oh.
It's weirdly that Tim's was slightly out of, but the other two wasn't.
It's just me? How about now?
Yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah, it's just that you're sounding very robotic for a little bit.
Oh, that was voice acting. I've been really trying to practice certain things. I guess it's pretty convincing.
But obviously, we've got head of Cryovane, and we get it out and give it to Axholm and say, display this.
Okay. What are you trying to see? You're displaying a
Dragon head.
Oh,
Cryovane's head.
you guys brought his head back?
Yeah.
So they snuck out in the bag. I didn't know that.
Somebody would have had it stuck in the
Retcon. Bringing the head back.
He's got to take the head. Come on.
You dragged it.
Yeah.
You brought the head?
Yeah.
Okay. This is your last gimme.
Oh yeah.
So there you guys go. You're like, look what we thought about doing. If you had a full actual D&D 8-hour day up there, you would have thought all these things. Hey, I'm with you. So you bring it up, and Cryovane is past. Clive, he's out front. This lady, Sister Gariel, is gone. Leadership is kinda, the two, Gundred and Noondro, have been basically picking that up since your inspiring speech. Gundren Nujo go out there, they grab the head and they bring it inside. They're like, oh, we'll put this, we'll stuff this beastie and stick him here, you know, and thinking about changing the name of Axholm to like, you know, whatever. You hear them muttering off to the side, but they fully well know that they are safe and secure.
Okay.
Well, I'll turn to Mirren and say, we need to get to Triboar as soon as we can then, don't we?
That we do. We'll talk to Clyde, let him know. Yeah, you just saw that, so Dragon's dead. You got any other issues that need to be solved real quick? If not, we got other things going on at Tribals. Also, you can go back to Fanblin and start rebuilding for the umpteenth time.
We're still rebuild. A lot of them don't seem to want to leave for the next month or so. You get the sense that people are just going to dig in here for a while until things clear up. The giants that passed through, you guys haven't. It was the giants that did, right? So they're like, cool, crab ain't, you know, tight, but you know that stone giant with the cat came through here and just started smashing everything.
Yeah, we do gotta do that too. All right, we'll go work Matt. But yeah, hold up. Batten down the doors if it gets a little wonky, and hope to see you at some point later on in the year.
You guys want to rest one more day there?
Yeah.
Yeah, might as
It's
well.
nighttime now, isn't it?
So,
Yep.
I think we'll leave.
You wake up on good old day 25. And what do you like to do?
All right, so now that we're up, so we still have the 4 horses.
Yep, 4 horses. There are 3 other horses that are there. 1 fully tacked and 2 look like they're being used for, you know, one's got like a plow next to it. You know, 1 has like a carriage that potentially they're moving people that are like injured or whatever, you know, going for walks or whatnot.
Okay.
One looks like Chippy.
1 looks like Chip.
Right up.
Yeah. There's Chip, everybody.
I say to move the entire party, we'll probably need 5. We can always throw, we'll double up on one of the other horses, but I think for full size Patriots, we'll probably need a horse per. We can try and snag one
I mean, Quint could probably ride with me.
unless
Oh,
not with
or-
all that
be
metal
honest,
you got. Probably.
the two that you got, Heineken, which is quite small, and Blandina can share a horse, is what I mean.
True. Yeah.
You're more likely to get those 2 on a horse than me or
Yeah, so they can
Mirren.
double up. And the rest of us would need our own.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't want to put an armored person on a horse with something else. That may be a bit of animal cruelty happening there.
Yeah, they're not war horses, just, or maybe it is a war horse. No, like, no, we might be able to carry a little bit more weight. Actually, you know what? We couldn't do this.
I've been waiting.
Don't worry about that. Like, don't worry about the other horse. I'll just spell one up real quick.
Oh, you're gonna call Steed. Nice.
I finally get to use this machine after 3 years.
Yep. So as we talk about horses and what's needed, is like, you know what? Let me go ahead and call on Hyronius and see if I can conjure up a steed. So I will cast Find Steed to summon a spirit animal that will, you know, pilfer me around as we go into battle.
Mirren walks off to the side. He takes a knee. He prays, and just like you may have seen it all day long, walking towards you. Just in your mind, there is a horse that walks straight up to Mirren, pushes his head against his chest, and you know, I think technically speaking, it's that. That's the spirit one. So we'll go pick a color. Golden color? A gold horse? Do you think I got a gold horse every color?
I go, come on.
Yeah.
I didn't have a choice of colors.
There you go. And then there's yes, road.
That's the color for that.
Here's your
Horse term.
Here's your 4 other horses. We'll move those. They'll become relevant soon enough. Yeah, so that one actually. So it's supposed to be like a normal looking, like an animal, a mastiff or something like this, or a dog or DM flavor. But yeah, actually that one's fine. But anyways, so a horse walks up, just jams him into the chest like you've known this horse your whole life. You've seen it.
Okay. And
And you got it for the whole day. I only know this because Sir Timothy does this in the other campaign. It's good having another. Yeah, it's the only spell I know. Just kidding. But seriously.
I do. It's the only means.
okay. Yeah. So we're ready to be off. If anybody else doesn't have any last minute things doing.
No, sounds like a plan. We need to move on.
Town.
Pumpkin
Okay,
spice for
lead us
all.
off.
Let's go.
There's no real issues. You're getting really good at tracking. Reverse tracking is no problem. How do you guys want to leave? Do you want to go back, like you know the way back through Fanwood? Or you can, if you're heading towards Triboar, I presume?
Yep.
You-
How much, if we go
Oh.
direct, how much would we gain in going direct
Lay of the
rather
land.
than go?
and you go to the foothills. I'd say you could make it in 3 days.
And
But
if
you
we
have to
so-
hit the road. You get a sense that you have to hit the road if you want to make it the quickest with the
Okay.
horses and stuff.
So it's 3 days if we go direct. If we go the way that, sorry, I'm getting a lot of. I can't understand what I'm saying. Sorry.
Are we bad? Are we have an internet issue?
It's just you.
We are?
No, it's only you.
Just me.
It's just you.
Oh, let me just close this and open it back up. That's what I'm saying. Let me just disconnect. I'll come right back. Is that going to mess your screens up? I'm just going to turn
Don't
it
worry
off, turn
about
it back on.
Yeah, don't worry
You good
about
with
it.
that?
Yep.
Oh. Okay. Well, hopefully everybody out in cyberspace, it's not that much of an issue.
Yeah, no, go for
Am
it,
I
man.
still breaking up? Because
Yeah.
I'm not saying fully. Yeah, let me.
Restart it.
Boop. Boop.
We're in charge now. Look at it.
Let's see. Maybe that'll help clear it up a little bit.
No, we moved.
That's way better.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes the old unplug and plug it back in thing is better.
Hey, that's how my job is all about. Can you restart it, please? It'll be fine, and it fixes everything.
Sorry, everybody. Yeah. Okay. So 3 days, but you'll have to at least hit the road. You get the sense that if you hang a 020, you know what I mean? And you can connect the road, and you get in the sense of your mind that you probably catch the merge of, you know what I mean, those creatures that were within.
Yeah.
If that's what you're gonna do, the quickest way possible, you're probably gonna link with them. If you take time, you can follow them to wherever they're going.
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
I think we don't want to, come to a T at first because we don't know who they are. Probably end up a little short of them and see if we need to, smite them or not.
Okay.
But
Okay,
see who they are first.
Tim.
Okay. So
So everybody
Yeah.
everybody right now is lagging really bad.
Everybody right now is lagging really bad. Even us?
Yeah,
was
and like
moving
all
slow.
3 of you.
Even us?
You know, so
interesting. Should we do the same thing?
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
guess-
like I can see Jermaine's mouth move, and then nothing comes out.
I'm really good at miming.
Yeah. Hey, is it still lags now? Like me?
Yeah.
Twist.
I'm lagged?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh?
Just close.
Yeah, you guys are all lagging really bad.
Okay.
It might.
But didn't I just say this morning, it was like, we haven't had Wi-Fi issues in forever. Baldur's Gate is probably downloading like number 777th.
Six.
Yeah, not fixed. All right, let me.
Hotfix 6.1.2225.
Do we want
Yeah,
to?
do you want me just to do?
Let's take like why don't we take like a 5-minute break and just if you want to restart everything and
Okay,
we'll do that.
that's no problem.
Cool. We'll be
you guys-
back in like 5 minutes.
Going on the old. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Beep, beep, beep.
to get the trail. So yeah,
We are
definitely
back.
gonna-
Waiting for Tim to come back, but I wanted to come back right now just to say welcome Raiders and thank you to Off Duty Otter. You guys are awesome.
Oh, Raiders.
I'm here.
The love story.
I'm blaming everybody but me. So I'm blaming Discord. I'm blaming Discord on this one.
But as I said, you did get extremely competent in your robotic voice, though. It was amazing.
How much of it was like that though? Like how much of the session?
No, it's only about the last 5 minutes or so.
Okay, cool.
It wasn't.
So,
it happens,
well-
unfortunately.
We'll jump ahead. Boop. You guys are on the Triboar Road. You made it successfully. His ranging has been fantastic. You get on the trail. You start making assessments. You're seeing a lot of like what?
But
What's
just one
up?
question: how many days has that taken?
You guys are on day. What did I say? Day 25.
The only reason I know is it just means that how many days we left Axel home to where we are now, just so I can sort out what I'm doing with a few things.
Okay.
If it's like one or 2 days, it's fine.
That took a day to hit the trail.
Cool.
You're just beyond Coneyberry, you're past Butterskull Ranch. You're trying to catch up. You're about 2 days out from Triboar. You have noticed that there's a lot of droppings on the ground, and from your orc heritage, these are warg droppings.
Okay.
Wargs being like a type of dog, beast that is used by orcs.
Can I?
You're not seeing a lot of these droppings. You're not seeing footprints much. In some cases, you see where they've stopped and they've eaten, or and that's the only place. So you're getting a sense that you're traveling past someone that's mounted.
Okay. Can I tell how old the droppings are? How long
They're
they're?
probably a day ahead of you.
Okay.
But you guys are at the point where, it's evening, blah, blah, blah. You'll go into another rest knowing that if you keep up your pace, you'll merge with these guys tomorrow if you want to.
Okay.
And you know that the 2 horses that you saw were at a very chill pace.
Okay.
That you'll probably, if you what are your elf eyes see? You probably meet that scenario tomorrow if you want to, if you
Okay.
get a good rest.
Yeah. So I'm gonna advise the party of that. We're gonna push into the forest. I don't know, 100 yards somewhere that we can still observe the road on our, on our shift, and then everyone can get a good rest and still be out of the way if there's any traffic on the road.
Okay.
And I will set up an alarm around the camp.
Okay.
So that's my advice to the party.
Well, we're in your element here. Take any advice we can from you.
How do you guys want to work your shifts?
I only need
Oh.
4 hours, so
I can go first, last.
I think we can all do. We've all got dark vision, so we're all reasonably okay for that. So we can just take any shift we want.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, you sleep and really quiet. You do hear the pulse of the Draghorn, probably 2 or 3 hours.
Okay.
But the animals are being like super quiet. You can hear a pin drop. It's just a rough, steady, cold wind.
Okay.
Through the evening, where you guys kind of got to stay bundled up or stay close to the fire that you have. Nothing that's gonna like really affect the constitution, but it's like the dew is almost to the point of frost as you go as your shift closes. You can roll a perception check if you
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a perception check out. I'm gonna take a look with a spyglass as well, and
Okay.
then I'm gonna build just a small survival fire underground,
Okay.
just to keep things a little bit more warm for whoever's gonna be on shift.
Okay.
Oof.
Oof.
Yeah, a lot of oofs today.
everything worked out. That was a very fast IT correction that we had there. We're getting good at this.
All right, so it is a 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, so your shift, you began at like what, thermal crossover. So you notice that like, yeah, there's no big blobs coming near me. We're gonna hear something coming. It's so quiet. That being said, if you start getting loud, things are gonna hear you from a long ways off. But everything's very, very skittish because the world's about to end.
Yeah.
And everybody's getting that sense that the world's about to end somewhere, and there's giant problems. So who's next?
All
right.
I got that.
Dude, you're in shift. Nat 20. Okay. You do notice as you're searching, every once in a while, you see a small streak overhead heading straight south, and then in the middle of your shift, you look up and you see a massive, like, white dragon just like head straight south. This thing looks like the size of you've never seen a 747, you know what I mean? But you're looking at probably 100-foot wingspan just like fly overhead. You look closely with your 20-foot and your dark vision, and you can see that there is like a saddle with like just a dude kind of flailing on the top of it. There's just something strange in it, and it just flies to
And
the
it's
south.
flying too? Dang.
Yeah.
Okay. Got pretty good going on. I'll chuck that one up to Black Sleep.
Make sure as you do that, you call Stevie.
Shoot it. Yeah, shoot it. This is incredibly massive, and it carries right over the Sword Mountains like it wanted nothing to do with anything else. It is just like a beeline straight south, not looking at anything, just moving out. You get the weird sense that like, all right, that's probably it's something must be getting close if these dragons are, you know what I mean, like moving out on their own accord.
Yeah, I'll relay all that to the person on third shift. Be like, watch out for weird, wobbly saddles flying through the air. That might have been.
It would have been gone. Yeah. At the speed it was.
Yeah, there's streaks of dragons flying south. Stay down. Keep your head down.
Let's see, Point.
Okay. So I say to Mira, and thank you for that. You sure you saw the white dragon? Didn't we just kill a white dragon? You sure it was a white dragon?
When I said that was a little one, and where's that big one? I think that was the big one.
Well, why didn't you go and tell it off then? You said you were up for that.
Yeah, see, I saw it, but it was like fast. I couldn't keep up. I only got 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, see you in the morning.
There you go.
Perception check. 21.
He mentions it to you. You look up, and the size of it, you could still kind of see it in the distance. That's a speck against the against the moonlight or whatever. And you just get the sense that like it's probably going down at the Well of Dragons like real soon.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not down there.
And your night goes silently, like almost too silent. Other than the wind gusts that are coming through. The wind itself, I will say, will like your splint mail and you resizing him and stuff like that. You're probably not going to even hear you more than 20, 30 feet away. The wind is so strong.
The advantage I got is here is I don't even have to make banging sounds and armoring sounds with mine. My it just sort of does what I tell it to.
Well, that's fancy.
Your time goes by, and Blandina, who's in a trance, is just like it's your time. You've got the last shift.
Perception is what we're doing.
Sure.
As a knight.
You don't have to do anything. This is not. You can just be like, I didn't wake up. I want to go back to sleep.
I'm just gonna sit around the fire, and bundled up with a nice pumpkin spice latte, and just wait. And if the alarm goes off, then I will do something.
Okay, so you set alarm. Nice.
For what time? What time's your alarm call?
It goes off at right now. Ring, ring.
Roll initiative.
Yeah, you wake up. The sun comes up. Everybody, wakes up. There's a bit of frost on your cloaks, on your bedrolls. You smell the pumpkin spice latte brewing over the campfire, small campfire, and it's fairly clear day. It's like that, but it's late fall. It's clear, but it's cold. Long fields of like grain and tall grass aren't really shifting that much because of being a little frosty. But other than that, you see the Triboar Road ahead of you and moving off to the east.
I will fill everybody's canteen with warm pumpkin spice latte, so we can have pumpkin spice latte all day.
Yay.
Did you do anything with your tokens? Points?
Yeah. That's why I was asking how many days we were and stuff. So I've got, just to give you an update on that, I've only got 4 great axes left now to make armor tokens. Everything else has been consumed. I have 22.
Whoa! 100 is what you're looking for, right?
No, 20 makes plate mail.
Really? In a night?
Well, no, it's I've made each of these tokens is worth 100 gold pieces.
Okay.
So I couldn't.
What's the timing based on your skill to make plate mail? You have to actually go somewhere and do this, right?
Well, this is where we can have the conversation. What we're doing is basically I can with my new amulet, I can do this twice a night at the moment. So I can do 200 gold piece worth of
That's why you wanted
fortune.
the amulet? That's why you wanted that?
He's like, yeah, with this new thing you gave me.
I remember being a very fledgling DM. It was just like, sure, I'll play.
That sounds good.
Can my crossbow be like a tattoo? Sure. I just want you to play. What if it does force damage? I've never heard of it. Sounds awesome. Force damage is the devil. Nobody has resistance to force damage. This is anyway.
Believe it, there are actual creatures that are immune to force.
Immune to it?
Yep.
Oh, if we see those, it's probably a bad
Of
deal.
course.
Yeah.
Of course, I was never going to tell you that when I was playing Connor. But
I'll move this along a little bit since we had a little bit of break. You guys carried on, followed the tracks. You get to the point where the droppings are a little bit fresher because you're just staring at them, right? You seeing them going from like, black, so from like, light crumbled to nice tight poops. Yeah. As you get closer, in the distance, as you're checking with your crackhead eyeglass, it's like, what's there? You see, in the distance, of your choosing, you can go a mile out, we'll say, where you can kind of see it clearly. You see a circle of wargs standing as you're looking closely, you see 2 individuals sitting Indian style with a very large orc standing, talking to them, and you see the wargs kind of, like when the Rohirrim, rode around the group, they're going around, and you can tell that they've got like javelins in their hands, and you can make out a black banner. Okay. But you can't really make out what's on it.
Okay. That doesn't look good. So I'm gonna relay to the party that I see that, and my advice would be to cut into the forest. It's about a mile down. Cut into the forest so we can be stealthy. We can all remain as quiet as possible, off from the road and off from that area.
Yeah.
So that
this is at the point where the Neverwinter Woods is. You're at the edge of it, even going east.
Okay.
So yeah, you can see it. I'll give that to you. It's a good plan. You went up there and you can observe what's going on.
We want to get as close as possible without being recognized, so we can get a better look at what's going on and see if we need to assist.
Okay. Do a group stealth check for me. Yeah, clinkety clanks. This is where, no matter how hard you try, moving those 2 Renault French tanks or Renault in the wood. We don't tank here.
Was
You
that
know, one of the-
stealth? Was that stealth or insight?
Stealth.
Oh.
Stealth.
Oh.
Let me know when you want to laugh.
Yep, go for it. It's a group.
6.
Okay.
9.
Okay. 14. Blandino.
Oh, sorry, 19. I
Dirty
forgot to
20.
have my modifier.
Nice. So, Blandina and Quaddle, you're walking up with them, but you guys are walking next to the dwarf and the drow, and as you're like, slow down. Every time they want to like pick it up, slow down, because the wind is blowing towards them, and you start getting these ideas, and you get them safely to the forest. You look, you grab your a closer view. What do you want to look at?
The banner first.
Okay, you see a banner with like white. It's got 2 white arrows with an axe in the middle of it.
Okay. Can I roll a history check?
Sure.
Good amount of arrows.
It's more than one.
Many
Yeah.
arrows, I would say.
Hey, help me with the lore on this, Pete/Point. Salt marshes. What is the swamp that I'm trying to remember?
Salt Marsh is actually in Greyhawk, not in
That's
Forgotten
Salt
Realms.
Marsh. I'm getting it confused. What is the Many Arrows tribe? That big marshy. It's not the Trollmores. It's farther north of it. It's not Fell Pass. Where's my Mithril? Where's my Mithril Hall? Mines of Mirabar, Raven.
But I rolled a 15.
You rolled a 15. To. Oh, there it is. Evermore's. Evermore's. I think it's Evermore's too. Anyways, screw it. There's a big S. What's up?
I'm trying to remember if Evermore's was the undead one.
There might be. Yeah, we're. So back to Quaddle. You notice. You know that when they do have the arrows on there, that this is some sort of chiefdom within the kingdom of the Many Arrow tribe.
Okay.
And like, oddly enough, you've seen this before. It like, you're kind of looking at it. It's like you feel very familiar to this tribe. Like, you know that your mother was an orc, for sure, right? And when you went with your apprentice, who was very stern with you, she kind of, you don't know why she went when you were very young, but you know you were with your apprentice for a long time.
Okay.
Maybe this is the way of life that like you're giving up earlier. But yeah, you get the sense that this is a breakout of the Many Arrows tribe.
Okay.
And they've been talking for quite some time.
To the 2 people.
Two people sitting.
Okay.
One is wearing like full plate, very clean, pristine silver armor, and the other one is like, like very like long bang, black hair. You can see like a little bit of like darkness around the eyes, like a little mascara, going on, and
Like snake piercings.
yeah, he's got a couple books, and he doesn't look like he's built for the road. And there's a paladin kind of sitting crosswise. You see a shield with a steel looking fist on it.
Okay. So I can gather that these people are being held against their will, obviously. I'm going to turn to the party. So how many wargs? How many?
I would say that they're
orcs?
not, that the paladin is not disarmed, like sitting there, and you can see the sword off to their side.
Okay. Okay. How many wargs? How many?
It's from about like 40 wargs, 40 riders, and they're pretty well equipped. You can see at least 2 javelins on everyone's back, like it's with a battle axe off their side. And there's a very large warg being held by a dismounted orc, and there's an orc that's talking to them that's like head and shoulders taller than the rest of the orcs.
Okay.
Massive, with like a big two-handed like great axe, and it's in one of his hands.
Okay.
As you see him like pointing and knife handing the female knight.
So they're bad. Is what you're saying? Okay. Sounds like a good fight.
I need a real big fight.
Yep.
Look, we need to get to Triboar.
Yeah, they're
Doesn't
on
mean
the
we
table.
have to. Yeah, we don't have to go through these. Be realistic. That many wargs, only going to take a number of them to hit us, and we're down. So we need to get around and get to Triboar, and then fortify the town against this attack.
Okay. So
It's a much better odds of us surviving than running down this mountain on this road and just seeing if we can steamroller these people if they're all on the. Because you're saying that the guys in the middle, even though they're surrounded, they've not been. Their weapons haven't been taken. They've not been. And are we saying that the guys in the middle are bad guys as well?
So all of them. There are no prisoners. Is what you're saying. No one seems to be.
They're definitely surrounded and in the center.
The thing is, if they're surrounding them, that's not a friendly thing.
Well, here's the question: which direction are the wargs pointed? Are they pointed outwards or are they looking inwards?
the wargs are circling.
Right, but are they looking outside or are they looking
Both.
inside?
Both, but they don't have an aggressive posture. Like they're looking in and out, kind of walking around as you look a little bit closer.
They're just the sea wire.
Okay, so nobody.
So I'm gonna take note of the shield that the paladin had, so that at least if we see that again, we can. Hey, we were outnumbered. There's.
You know, grab that again. What was it? That you saw?
There was a fist on the shield.
So, from what we've seen already, probably ordered the gauntlet stuff. Is what I would wager. Does it look like that from the
Well,
we were just at?
If you hand him the spyglass, yoink! Yeah, 100%. That's a member of the Order of the Gauntlet.
Those guys sucks.
okay. Well,
No, I mean the gauntlet's good, but if he's in the middle of a band of orcs,
That's bad day for him.
that's
he's
not
a bad paladin, but only because of his skills, not because of.
He's not a bad guy.
Not to be confused with the sad
paladin.
So Miran, what are we saying here? Are we saying that the guys in the middle need our help, or are we saying that they are?
I think they turned against what they once stood for. That's what I would wager, and are
How can
probably.
you make that? How far
Okay.
away are these people, and how can we make that decision from here? Can I do an insight check to see if
Well,
I can?
they still have their weapons. They're not disarmed. They aren't. The people inside the circle aren't being hostile towards them, and they're sitting there. So that alone, I would say they've had more than enough time to take them out. And
Do a perception check as you're looking. One
But
more perception.
But if there's 40 of 40,
that's what.
You got it? 20?
Yes, did.
So just a moment. He grabs it. He looks at this thing. As you look past the wargs, you see a horse walking by itself. One dead horse past them. As you look, you see two bodies down the road.
Along their route of travel or further than
A little bit further. Their
Is there
two
any way
horses. Their two horses are being held by orcs. These are two different
okay.
horses. One alive and one dead.
So, I'm saying, if we have a look through this, the eyeglass thing, and see, can we sense any sort of tension or anything like that? We can use insight or something like that to see if I can feel that if there's,
Yeah, go ahead.
Body language. Read body language. Never been good at that.
yeah, body language. Oh, nice. Does 28 tell me anything?
Yeah, you get the sense that you're a dwarf. You know all the history of Quentin dealing with the Many Arrow tribe for years and years. You know that there's another.
Yeah.
There's another. Like my notes are, you can tell I'm all scattered. I'm like, this must be my phone notes for things that I want to do. Where is he? Ah, there he is. You get the sense that Lorgru is a very good new king of the Many Arrow tribes, and they are down here. You know, the orcs aren't like about going to the Well of Dragons, but you're getting the sense that this is probably a patrol that moved south and ran into these guys, and they're just like, there may be a hassle, but the aggressive look is an orc being an orc talking to this paladin who is clearly trying to keep things still.
So I think we need to. I think, how far away are we from this potential?
Enough where you could have surprise if you wanted. Does that make
Is it
sense?
worth us? Yeah, I understand. The other thing is it worth us keeping an eye on this to see if anything happens, and if the paladin starts to, if he's allowed to leave, he's allowed to leave.
Yeah.
But if he's not, we can then wade in and help.
You could sit there all day, yeah, and watch what transpires.
Because if us run out there now, there's 4 of us, well 6 of us. There's 2 ghost characters hiding around. We go in against 40 wargs with 40 orcs with this, and this. That's gonna be a bad day.
He's just walking the wall.
Bad man.
Yeah, I'd say we're outmatched for sure.
But if that paladin starts to get the wrong end of a sword put in his direction, we then need to come through from the other side and sort of smash them as much as we can in the middle.
I don't think we'd ever make it in time to we're a mile away.
How far away are we? Like in
400, 500 feet in a tree line. Far enough where, you know what I mean, you pass your stealth check. Can't really hear anything, but...
So we would have to, full pelt of the horses, we could... Because we can go 120 feet around on a horse, so it'd take like 4 rounds to close that gap at gallop. And the thing is, even if we went now, they'd have 4 rounds to go, huh, look who's coming that way running on their horses.
Who's to say we have to run towards them? We could run adjacent to them like we're not going towards them.
Yeah, no, that's true. So what do you want to go? What's the options then, guys?
So he said good king Loguru. Question is, good in what sense? Is he good for the many arrows because he rate hostilities?
There's been a lot that's happened. The hostilities are like evened out. You know what I mean? Like the old ways of the orcs being all bad, drow being all bad. Things have changed in the Forgotten Realms. The Many Arrows tribe is trying to make a new way of the world. You know what I mean? Where like they've got their tracts of land. Do they like to expand ever so often? You know what I mean? Like sure, they're aggressive, but like they're not the denizens of the world by any means.
They can be civil. Okay, so
Yeah, they can be worked with for sure.
perhaps we go in with a
Parlay.
Parlay. Anybody else has parlay?
Parlay.
go and try and wordsmith our way and get them out of there rather than them being left to their own devices and not making it.
I'll turn to Mirror and say, to be honest, I'm not the best with words. I'm more of action. So what
you gonna say?
So, sorry, I was watching him with trying to say something.
Okay.
If we are going to go interrupt this, then I feel like we should be seen well down the road coming towards them and not pop out of the forest right up on them. No, I get a look. Sure.
Yeah. Right,
Well,
right.
you're an orc or a half orc. I can disguise myself as an orc, maybe a groom or something like that, and we could approach them that way.
Yeah,
So we
that's not.
leave everybody else in the. So it's just a lot for you out
This
there.
is good Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a lot to
Yes.
go against.
You're right.
So
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying this to like, create a threat. Create us as a threat to them, but at least to disarm their threat to us. That we approach as like, hey, we're also a couple of orcs. What's going on? That way, it's not just, oh, it's an adventuring party. We need to attack, sort of thing.
Okay, so you want to pop out on the road? You'll appear as an orc. I am a half orc, and then we can just stroll like we're just travelers going down the road, pass by them, and then make like a try to find out what's going on over there.
Sure. I mean,
Okay. All right, so the rest of the party at least has to be soon enough to come maybe snatch us out.
Ready, action, dash.
Sure. Much as I don't want to sit back, I will and see what happens.
I'll see what happens, but I'm not. No offense to you, Kotor, but I don't really trust orcs that much.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Not you. You've proved yourself, but generally, the bands of orcs.
yeah.
They
No, it's
ran
cool.
the
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Passive perception dwarves are a little racist adjacent. You know what I mean? Like, in general, so this is not a big surprise to you.
You're not a dwarf.
Okay.
Goblins and orcs, we don't particularly get on with that well.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. Just stay here then. And, yeah. Cool.
Okay. You guys move up. You're making yourselves known. You're dressed as like a shaman of Groomsh, is what you're trying to do. A religion check. I want to see how you recollect being
What?
from
No.
Bryn.
Didn't we see one? Didn't we encounter one?
An anchorite. You've
Oh
not
wait,
encountered.
sorry. I'm getting the two groups mixed up.
Yeah.
That-
You can go as an anchorite.
You're not being good.
Yeah, I'll go as an anchorite. Yeah.
Oh, wise.
No, I don't know anything about Grumish.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So you turn yourself into an anchorite. You've got the two long talons. Your hair goes long and black, and you got like this. You just basically look like who you fought, before.
Just have him go regular orc. Just everyday orc.
So you guys walk up, and
that.
you hear in your tongue, the bolts, and the 40 orcs get online in frontage. You see the paladin get in line with the wargs, and they start like trotting through for you, and you see the paladin brandish a sword. They're starting to like pick up.
Oh, sick. That's sick.
Yeah, we were fighting those guys. I'm pretty sure everybody fighting those guys. That would be bad.
Would have been nice information to maybe have.
We've been fighting Chalice. Like, thought it was a good idea to be the guy that we're fighting.
You're back there. You're seeing this go down. So I'll say, Quint, you see this happen from the tree line.
I let out a big audible sigh, look at Miran, and go,
Let's go try and
Yes,
keep this down.
Can you disappear us or anything?
What? No. If they're coming towards
Martina,
us,
when you hear that?
if they
Do you speak orc?
yes.
Okay. Great. You heard them say the bolts in your Sherlock Holmes high intelligent mind, you're like, oh, they probably don't like the bolts. The bolts. The Angorites are the bolts.
And then I drop that disguise, and I go, and I hold up my hand. I go, "We're no threat to you in Orcish."
So you run up, you see this massive warg, this dude with this huge axe, like fly up to you and like stop like a perfect Yellowstone, you know what I mean, horse, and stops.
Yeah.
With the axe like down, but just under your chin, and you know you hear very deeply from this massive orc, "Why are you dressed and looking as a bolt of Talos? Return to the many arrow tribes in my bag or on foot."
Okay.
He's just looking straight at you.
Straight at me.
And he's kind of like quizzically looking at the elf now.
Okay.
And then kind of stops as the paladin kind of circles around and looks at you guys. Take it away, Blandina.
Assure you, we are no threat to you. My friend and I only saw what we thought was possibly a friend in need, and we came to see what was going on. Nothing more.
Many people are coming together in this time of strife. Roll your persuasion check.
Ooh, please. 16.
Dirty 20.
He looks at you and, you know, with one eye kind of like glancing off at the elf, and he's just like, "You travel with an elf? I am the chieftain, the tribe of the axe of the swamp. They call me Swamp Axe."
I don't laugh.
He gets down. You know, you see the paladin. You know, the paladin looks at you and just shakes her head. You know what I mean? Like, he gets down. He like dwarves you.
Okay.
And he's like, "We've been looking for Angorites, and he has been dressed. Where do we find them?"
Well, we took care of all of them, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Your guy is dead. You can hear this from the distance.
Yeah.
We didn't.
His voice is, you know, way better than mine.
We killed a bunch of them.
Yeah, we killed a bunch of them and a tree, and yeah, we took care of a bunch of anchorites. I apologize. I've only seen a few types of orcs in this area, and that's the only one. So I apologize for coming off as aggressive.
He just kind of nods at you. You know, the paladin dismounts and walks up. You can see she's very clean armor, but she's probably in her 40s, human, like a Luskin woman, and the little like cloaked, thinly cloaked, like well dressed, kind of like a teenager, standing behind her, you know, off to the side, and he's got like a book in his hand. You're a wizard. You're like, that's definitely a spell book. The other wargs kind of get into a circle around you, while three break off into the tree line as Swamp Axe like looks off to the right, and he's just like, "Where's the rest of you?"
Just back there.
Way.
It's like,
Just back there.
okay. What brings you to the Triboar Trail?
I would
Well,
ask
we
you the
just
same
got-
thing. we've
Well, we didn't kill
been here.
Pyrobane.
Iovane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Did you
steps
see the
back.
fire on the mountain?
That's what brought us south.
Oh, okay.
Carr, a great chieftain who broke away with the bolts of Talos. hold there and was growing an enemy force to come up into the moors. Lorgu sent me to the south to push back the patrols. We ran into giants. We've been tracking a group of fire giants in this area.
Well, we hit giants too, and we just killed Crowbane. So,
Great job. Great job, pal.
did I mention
That's
that?
pretty impressive.
Did I mention that we killed Crowbane?
And actually, I pull out. I go, just to prove it, I pull out, a
You
little.
hear the orcs start like banging their chests. You two can like come up. The other three,
It's like, yeah, cover's blown. Hey,
yeah, the three orcs like come up to your guys' horses and they bring you guys all together. You get the gist that they ran into these folks. The paladin, she introduces herself as Lady Hawkwinter. She's the Order of the Gauntlet, and she's like, I was sent looking for a priest. She's like, I'm a paladin of Helm. I was looking for a priest of Helm that was supposed to go to a little town called Red Larch, and he never arrived. He started in Neverwinter. I was writing him letters, and they stopped getting to him somewhere in the Triboar area. I ran into this young man who's clearly in danger, so I took it upon myself to escort him to Triboar, where we were attacked by. And she points. She's like, it looks like two assassins, very well equipped humans, and she shows this thing, and it looks like there's like this small badge, and it looks like a long tentacled creature that you can't understand. And she's like, they must be some sort of cultist that I haven't run into before. And she's like, I haven't really done any investigations. Swamp Axe is kind of just like standing there nodding based on hearing this stuff as well. She's like, any information that you could have on this, but we're trying to get to Triboar, wondering why these guys came from there as well. Swamp Axe. She's like, Carr is dead. Where's Carr, the chieftain of the Bolts of Talos? Have you seen Carr?
Oh shit. Blandina is wearing some.
You need to defecate.
Oh shit.
You could go over there if you wish.
Carr
We
was
can defecate together and have this discussion.
was
If you
Carr
stand
out of character? Was Carr the dude that I saw in the throne room?
It was 100% a chieftain. The fact that you'd run into two of those in one day, pretty rare. Yeah, you do it. You know what? Do an investigation.
Actually, you know what? I'll just describe that guy. I was like, well, there was a dude up there who had a giant axe, and he was eaten in half.
You have this axe.
No, I left it.
He looks at the wargs. We shall travel to Icespire. Thank you. You say you've killed him. You've done a great deed for the tribe. The axe of the swamp and Swamp Axe. But you can call me Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary Swamp Axe. Nice to meet you.
No problem. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
No, Quaddle.
Quaddle. That's an interesting name for a half-orc. Do you know Drennan?
Do I know Drennan?
You know Drennan. That's the name of your master, the one that instructed you to be a ranger, your mentor. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, bad term. Yeah, that's the name of your mentor.
Drennan. I do know Drennan. He's my mentor. He
Makes a gesture for all of the wargs to, like, you know what I mean, like, disperse. And he's like, "I'm sorry, go on."
He was killed by a monster recently, so I'm trying to find my own way now and helping this party.
Trying to. I'm assuming your mother. And he kind of looks at you, and he's like, He was your. He just like stares at you, and he's like, "Do you know of your parents?"
Yeah, my mother left when I was just a young orc, and I don't know much of my father.
Perchance you should finish these times. Come visit the Axe of the Swamp, where you can see the resting place of Jenka, your mother. It is quite it's quite remarkable to run into half-orcs since the Many Arrow tribe came down and started integrating with other tribes. But the fact that Drennan comes together, you say Drennan has fallen. He was a great ranger. There's a grove nearby. In the town of Triboar, searches Clark Guerin's slumber. Guerin being the god of tracking. I've heard many rangers go there to try to speak to fallen trackers and hunters.
What is this called?
Guerin's slumber. It's not a place for myself. I wouldn't want to desecrate such a grove dedicated to rangers. It is very unfortunate to hear of Drennan. You just know that he's fallen. Are you sure of it?
I'm sure. All I found left of him was some of his equipment, but he was killed by a monster. I don't know what killed him, but I assume it was a giant.
It's very unfortunate. We fear that the giants are moving. There's been incursions into our swamps, and into the Many Arrow tribe. But we wish you the best. And if you want to know more about your family, and he describes where they are to keep track of the Uthgar barbarians that move into the area as well. But he stays for a little while if you have any questions or anything like that. But he speaks to you about Jenka, about she was a brave warrior in the tribe, but she fell in love with a half elf who was in order to gain her esteem, he was a brilliant hunter who fought nearly a century ago in some of the great battles near Mithril Hall against denizens during what was called like the spell plague and things like that. He describes these things, and in the evening he lets you know, he's just like, well, I need to get my axe back. Swamp axe without his axe. Kind of strange. Should have picked that one up. They begin to like circle, and if there's any other questions or anything like that, they're gonna get on their way.
Okay. Thank you, Gary Swampax. I will be back to learn more of my family once I feel like I've accomplished what I came out to do.
You're always welcome with us.
Can you please point me in the direction of Guerin's slumber before we head off?
Just like you can't miss it in Triboar. It is an unnatural forest that stays springtime, even in weather like this. Your mother spoke of it.
Well, I have a place I think that I need to travel now. Thank you again, and good luck.
I'll bid you adieu. Swambax rides off into the sunset.
Good luck with your axe. Good luck with your
It's in the throne chamber. He's only got an arm. He's half gone. He's also a half
Super
orc.
tight.
He's
That's
also
tight.
half an orc.
And they travel off. Still with you is Hawklight, sees you, and this young, maybe 20, 19-year-old humanoid that gets on his horse. You can see he like has to take 2 jumps. It's a really large horse. Gets on, and then she helps him up, and she's like, "Are you guys interested in joining us? The more security, the better. Getting there." And she kind of looks at you. She's like, "You're a paladin. I see."
No, that I am. Where are you traveling to?
Triboar. Investigating, as I mentioned, there's a cleric that went missing. Going to Roselarch. This cleric ran into issues like with the other priests of Helm and Neverwinter. Was kind of, asked to leave Helm for their not leave that church because they were arguing with like the bishop that was up there, and decided to move to Red Larch. I was sending messages, and the last known location that I heard was that he was in Triboar, and he was just giving up.
So he's not a wanted person. More
Not wanted. I want to encourage him to, maybe re-inspire him or see what's going on. He's a friend of mine.
Okay. Then yeah, I say.
Name was Silver and Loomshank. Silver and Loomshank.
Silver. Never met him. No idea. You know that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we have not encountered a silver moonshake. But yes, I'd say if there's assassins on the trail for whatever reason, you're free to join. Paladin of who? Who do you follow?
Paladin of Helm. Order of the Gauntlet.
Ironious. Order of nothing.
Very nice. Well, yeah, the Order of the Gauntlet, if you, explain your tenets, the Order of the Gauntlet, we're a paladin order. We work together, keeping our tenets balanced, especially in times like this. Unfortunately, a lot of the younger paladins went to the south to deal with whatever's going on in the Well of Dragons. But in the meantime, there are the duties. And in this case, I ran into this young man from Luskin, who was clearly out of his depth. Looks at him and he just kind of like shies away, and he's just like, "Whatever, I just need to get there."
Okay.
Doing my best.
Does he look like another wizard?
He does look like another wizard. He's got, as you look at it, was darker hair, but as you got closer, it's blonde, and you know what I mean. It's just kind of swooped over one eye, and he just kind of keeps it so that it covers up both as he reads a book. He's got an earring in. He's got jewelry on both wrists. Very like a fashion that like is very. You've heard of the host tower and things like that. Kind of a youthful wizard. He's got a bracelet with a few like spikes on it.
Keep my eye on him.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a shirt. It's just like bards of New York. You know what I mean? The bards of Luskin.
I'll keep my eye on him.
Okay. He doesn't like socialize with anybody. Like if anybody's there, he just kind of like moves his head away. It's kind of really quiet. Some would call it emo, but whatever. Point, what's up? What are you doing? What have you been doing this whole time? You're just crushing apples off to the side. You know what I mean? Playing with tokens.
I'm watching the party do what they need to do, and sat there going. As there's a lull in the conversation, I'm saying, so are we going to Triboar?
Yep. You guys all want to journey together?
For sure.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, to be honest, you were saying you were here to look at fire giants. Something about fire giants?
No, that's what Gary Swampax said. He left. He mentioned that as he was traveling south, he ran into what looked like tracks of like wandering fire giants, and obviously he could tell the difference because the tracks were some molten.
What do we what do we know about fire giants?
I know that they are the martial and military type of giant. That's where they are in the ordning.
I will say,
I know from a dwarf perspective. Would I know that I would know that they like to forge metals and all that sort of stuff, and they live underground. They're like big dwarfs, basically.
Yeah, yes, you're very familiar to their style of what do you call it? Of fire gianting, because they're also very smithy, like
forging.
like yourself.
They like to live underground. They're just bigger versions of me.
Yep.
But how? Obviously, I'm just trying to figure out. Is obviously I've never seen a fire giant. How, if us group here ran into a fire giant and it was just a single fire giant, should we be scared and running away for our lives depending upon it, or should we go, haha, stop foul the giant?
Yes. Yeah. Your party against one fire giant that had its shit together would lay up eating on y'all. You could take them. You could take one. You know what I mean? You could take one. Two. Eh. Three. Yeah.
Less than.
And they're not like rogue. You're not gonna find them like a stone giant or a cloud giant, Blandina. What you know is if there's a storm giant cruising around, it's coming in force. Like there's no scout fire giant. You know what I mean? Like if they're moving around, they're getting what they're after.
Well, if they're military, yeah, they're not going to be.
Probably the highest. They're like what, third in line in the ordning as well, I believe, right? So it goes storm, cloud, fire. Right? Storm, cloud, fire, frost, stone, hill. Gosh, I know useless. I mean, it's not useless to Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm sure there are other things that should be more valuable to the collective.
An acronym to remember it.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Kotor and sort of might be worth looking out for these molten footsteps to see if we can figure out how many there are. Because obviously it's a huge difference knowing that there's one or two out there versus a whole party of them.
Storm, cloud, fog, fire, frost, stone, mountain, hill.
What the hell's a fog
There's no
giant?
fog mountain. Yeah, it's just a big five.
What the hell's a fog giant?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
like what?
ForgottenRealms.com.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. They're high up there. That's all you need to know. Yeah. They're high up there, and if based on what you're tracking, right? If the ordning is broken, they're definitely the ones that would want to become kings like fast, right? So they're the ones that like would definitely not take advantage of the cloud giants because they're all like floofy, and get after it. But that's what you know.
All right, so I'm gonna.
You guys are moving along. I'm saying you're like almost a half day away from Triboar now. These are conversations that you're clipping and clopping and clipping as it's cold and windy as well. You see the, orange trees off to your left and right of trees that are changing. It's not as forested as anymore. You're seeing distant farmlands, big farmlands in front of you. More packed. Like where Butterskull Ranch was a farmland, now you're seeing more and more as you get closer. You're starting to see, as you're a half day out, one or two cabins and villages. You're starting to see more people as you move forward. Anything more before you want to travel into town?
I don't think we need to be cautious or anything getting into town, so it should be the standard into town.
Okay. Yep. You guys finally arrive as you crest a hill. There's a big map of it there. You're coming from the west, which would be the boop, 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 keypad, like 8 of the Triboar map. As you're moving forward, you see ahead of you a keep that's a little bit taller than everything else. You see a few, a lot of like stable areas where there's like what do they call, like where the horses change out, trying to, my vocabulary's gone. Like stabling areas and inns and taverns. Huh?
The paddock.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So you see in various like farm animals, and you can see many people kind of like walking back and forth. Like this town hasn't been disturbed that much. Quaddle, as you walk up and Mirren, you guys are together, you see a lot of trees that are changing color and then very bright, vibrant, spring-looking trees. You're seeing like pinks and reds and yellows and blossoms in trees, like cherry blossoms, like nonstop. Like you see a cherry blossom like orchard or a glen or a grove off to the north of town where those trees are in the top left corner of the map.
Yeah.
That's like that very, springtime look to it. And then at this point, we'll pick it up here in, we'll say 10 minutes. Oh, you want to run a giveaway? Giveaway!
It's going. We'll give it through the end of the break,
When we get back.
and we'll do it when we get back. So for everybody lurking, if you can hear this, to all of you lurkers, be sure to get into the chat and type !ticket to get in on the drawing. It's going to be for Herbidian Tales monster cards, homebrew monster cards for your game. So we'll be doing that drawing at the end of the break when we come back. So get in there and do that, and we will see you guys in
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah. See ya.
Yep. We can eat at the table.
Yeah.
No big deal. See ya.
We're back.
As I'm messing with Discord yet again. There, we've got everybody. Batman.
All right. Well,
Oh, giveaway.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the giveaway. So everybody, perk your ears up. We got 6 people in this giveaway. So
Nice.
let's. How do I finish this? We're gonna go to draw a winner. It is finished, and the winner is going to be, drum roll, Hardman 2467. If you're in the chat, give us a shout, and you'll be our winner. You're a winner.
It's the winner, man.
Very nice.
Yep, well, send that out. I'll
Yeah.
put some little Stronghold loots.
Hardman, I'm gonna send you a message or a private message real quick to get your shipping information, and we will get that out to you. So, be on the lookout for that message.
Do you want a message from Quaddle, Mirren, Timothy, or Moriana? Those are your choices. we'll put the message in there. Okay. Diddaloo, 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 diddaloo. Back into the Forgotten Realms. Wait, we lost a point. That's okay. He's back making tokens. Diddaloo, diddaloo, diddaloo. So, as you walk into town, it's a little bit quiet. Two horses come up to you with men on them, and gotta make sure I get this. Yep. You can see that they're wearing like leather armor. They've got like a spear in their hand, a small circular wooden shield on their back. The spear is just kind of resting across their horse, and they kind of clop up to you, and they ride up to, say Mirren and Hawklight. Hawklight's kind of like looks off, and you didn't get his name yet. He's talking to whoever, and she's kind of pointing ahead. They're having a conversation, and someone walks up and like, "Hey, welcome to Triboar. How can we help you?"
Hey, just stopped by in town on the way through. How's it going? Anything?
Yeah, it's been going pretty well, other than the dust shaking from whatever's happening to the Forgotten Realms this week. They chuckle, to each other. And you can tell they look almost like twins, the two guys. He's like, so the same Max and Tomax are talking to each other. No, it's G.I. Joe, it's something different. But anyways, they're talking to each other, and they just like, well, seems fair. Nothing too crazy. We had a horse being that kind of look, and they say got a horse that was stolen the other day. But other than that,
Shame.
seem fine.
Okay. Keep on sitting there. Tavern around here.
Oh yeah, he's like
Some lodging.
he looks down at his notes. He's like, yeah, there's a what's it? It's called. It's the
Barcelona.
yeah. Well, we've got the Talking Troll is probably one of our bigger taverns, but the Triboar Travelers is not it. Oh come on, this one keeps running away from me. Or is it the Triboar Traveler? Nope, not that one.
Doesn't sound too seedy of a place.
No, the Triboar Arms is right there. You look over and there's a guy there's a tiefling. A tiefling male, probably in his late 30s, with like a toothpick in his teeth, leaning up against this thing, and you see a hanging sign that looks like it's got like 3 boars, and he kind of nods at you and looks at you and gives you a thumbs up and beckons you to come in. You see 3 horses are tied up to this, 2 with leather saddles and 1 with like more like a cloth looking saddle with like quivers on either side and like a hatchet as well.
I'm going to wave the party and say, hey, what about this one?
Yeah, Triboar arms. That's a good stab from the outside.
As we're walking in, I sort of also mention, see if there's someone around, because I am looking for someone. I'm looking for Geldrin, which is the smith.
You mentioned that to him?
Yep.
Baldrin? Yeah, it's like they laugh, they're like, you can't hear. And, like, they kind of point and ding, ding, like you can hear in the distance. He's like, that man forges day in and day out. You can tell they're about to say something rude against dwarves, and they're like, which is, they look at each other, which is really cool, and we respect the culture of the hammer banging that they do, right? Aldo, yes, Ingo, and they
As he starts the rhythmic tinging of the, so I literally just start walking in that direction,
okay.
as if hypnotized by the hammer.
If you want
I'll say I'll see you in the bar later, but hammer.
Aldernat's arm's cheaper if you're looking for a cheaper, hammer banger, Smith.
Hammer banger. I like that.
Hey, and if I wanted cheap, I'd go to a human and just keep walking.
Hey, Kawato, do you want this? Do you want this dragon hide, this dragon stuff, to take to a leather worker?
I mean, you guys, we can just disperse it amongst the party. And
Well, what did we want made with it? Because it's one kind of big piece, right?
yeah, if somebody wants a vest or cuffs or a headband or,
I think
Exactly. Gloves, something you could make. You know what I mean? Like armor out of. You get the sense with him, but it is. You could probably make some cool, cryovane merch.
I'm just thinking you would be like the person to go see a leather worker, I imagine. So I'm just, if you were going to go do that, I would. I don't know anything about leather working, so.
Well, let's go sit in the tavern. We can maybe find, a good leather worker by word of mouth. Talk to some of the folks in there and get the heartbeat of the town.
Yeah.
I like that.
Let's see. Blandina's going in. Mira's going in.
Yep.
Point walking straight to the banging hammers. Got it. Point, you walk into the center of town. You see this keep with the job board. You see side quests all over the place on this thing. You kind of cruise by, and you can see where this forge is off to like your left or whatever. Triboar, just if anybody's watching this, experiences may vary. All right, for the sake of RP. You can see there's like mansions, like very nice places. There's you walk in, you see various different type of stables that look like place where you can sell horses. You see where there's like a wagon master where a dude makes wagons. You're not really reading the signs or anything like that unless you want to, but you guys walk in. This guy's picking his teeth and polishing a mug, and as soon as you guys walk forward, he turns around and like walks back to the bar. This bar is about the size of this room. It's like a 30 by 30 square place. You can tell there's like one ladder that goes upstairs. There may be a back room, 2 to 3 circular tables, and 3 bar stools in the front. There's a circular keg of the day that's sitting up in front where like there's a cork on top, and I'm guessing if you drink out of this, it's gonna taste like mead, it's gonna taste like wine, it's gonna taste like beer, it's gonna taste like whatever just came in. And you can kind of see that like today is like Faerun pours 2 copper pieces, a cup.
Going for a mountain stream.
Yeah, yes. Banquet, that's what it's called, you know what I mean? Like the feast of the banquet. It's making me thirsty.
Oh, it's my favorite. I love a good banquet.
Fantastic. Oh, yeah. So you get in there and you see the guy, the tiefling, working away, and he kind of just points at the sign for beer, and then he points up. You can see a chalkboard that's just like, lamb shank, and or potatoes. It's like another 5 copper pieces for that.
Well, you guys hungry and thirsty?
Both those things. Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Yeah, he says he just kind of directs you. You see a half-elf woman off to the side. She's just like chewing and screwing, eating something. She's got like a bow and a quiver kind of sitting out on the table. Like, she could grab it and shoot straight out the door.
Yeah.
Like she's got her back to everything, and she's got like long white hair, but like with a cloak down, and she's just like crushing food, and she kind of just like looks at you, walking in and nods. Where you guys coming from? Sounds like me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
He looks like Tim Hunt. I didn't mean to ruin it. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I am Coatl, apprentice of Drennan, and I'm here with my party to
Please have a seat. Sit with me.
We are the
Great tales.
Cryobane Conclave.
The Cryobane Conclave. Oh, very nice. Yes, I am the Tiamat slaying lady. Have a seat. And she's like, Cryobane? Is that Cryovane? Did you guys have some trouble with Cryovane? Is that,
I don't think there's any trouble.
No trouble at all.
and you show where'd you get that? Holy. And she looks at it, you can tell, she like flips the skin back and she's like, what?
Yeah. So
She's like, she yells back, she's like, Nemeth! She's like, let's get some pints out here. Me. She's like, please tell me, what? You killed Cryovane.
Roasted. Well, let's say roasted. We roasted
what, man?
Cryobane.
I gotta tell you, she's like, since everybody's gone south, there have been, sightings of more and more hill giants and ogres and orcs in this area. She's like, we're lucky to have more, adventurers and strength in this town right now. I don't have a good feeling about what could transpire over the next few days. It's roughly day 26. If you're tracking our 2 campaigns, we're 4 days away from the Well of Dragons popping and the swordsman dying. No, you didn't die. Yeah, you got knocked out. Who was the paladin? Magnus's paladin.
Yeah.
They got tossed into the lava. Also, Connor got thrown into the lava too. But yeah, his legacy tarnished. Anyways, she goes on and tells you about the rest. Yeah, you're done talking
Sorry,
poem.
I got something in my throat. Sorry.
Yeah. You can see Nemeth is, he drops your guys' pints down, and then he picks up a hammer and starts like banging away on what looks like he's fixing things that have been vandalized. He's like putting up bits of wall and fixing a window that has been like broken. He's someone's got it out for me ever since I moved here. And he points at his horns. He's just like, Triboar, right? And he kind of like looks around, and he as a tiefling, he looks over at the drow and and the orc, and he's like, sitting over with another half elf, just gives a wink, like, they have it easy, and he's banging away at trying to fix his window.
So, seeing him do that, I ask, is the town guard doing anything about it? Is it
you see him kind of looking around, weirdly, do a perception check.
Perception. It'll be 13.
You see that as another guy walks in and like sits down, he like looks over his shoulders as like he's fixing this place, and he's looking at this very well kept stable house that's across the street. There are other stable houses, but this one seems like it is a really solid business, very well kept business. But he's just like, I mean, we only have the 12 guards on duty a month. You know, there's what is it? What do they call the 12? The 12 are summoned by Duratha Shendrel, who is the lord of this town. We can muster 50 people. There's 12 a month. That's like they're working when there's only like 2 on per day. It's not like police. You know, when you live out in a place like Triboar, you get what you get. Maybe my family, when they live here, some of this vandalism won't happen when they get kind of used to me. But someone seems to be trying to drive me out. I don't understand.
Duratha Shendrel, huh?
Akabe, welcome. And this guy sits down. And, you know, he's like, the usual, and he walks over. So there's 3 tables now. You guys are all packed with the half-elf. She introduced herself as Zindra Winterbow.
Zindra?
Zindra Winterbow. And she immediately, as she, like, shakes your hand, she sees your brand, and she shows you that she's part of the Emerald Enclave as well, and kind of, like, pushes it down. She doesn't know. You get the sense that she doesn't know if anybody knows.
Yeah.
And she just kind of keeps it chill like that. She's like, so you hear tourism, points at the grove, or you guys obviously you just killed the great dragon. You're here to celebrate, or what brings you to Triboar?
Business and pleasure.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're definitely gonna be here for the tourism, for the sites. I have some things I need to attend to in the forest, and my party has other things within the town that they can accomplish.
Okay.
While we're here.
All right.
Did the other paladin enter with us, or did she?
She carried on. She went straight into the keep with that young guy.
Okay. So they didn't have any business. Okay. So while he's chatting that Winterbow, I'll see about securing some rooms. So I've talked to barkeep, say, it's a pretty small bar area. You got a larger back room or
He's like, I don't really let people stay other than when they're like passed out, but I can point you in the direction of, you know, some amenable places to stay.
I need a good bed to sleep in tonight, and probably a bath.
He looks at you like, well, there are places that are, you know, and he kind of points off to the mansion, you know, like that are like really, really nice. He's like, most people go to the North Shield House, which is down the street. If you want something very uppity, the Pleasing Platter, and the adjoining, it's called the Everwind House. The Wyvern House has like staterooms and things like that for people that come out here. He points at Zindra. She's like, I escort people from Water Damians and people from Neverwinter who want to go on hunts. It's good coin. They're idiots.
It's like an outfitter.
Yeah, a lot of snipe hunting, if you know what I mean, and kind of winks her eyes. And she's like, but I steer clear of the grove.
Thanks for the resub, Lord Gazumba. Welcome.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks for showing up. Kind of gives you, you know, a wink, and it's like, I steer clear of the grove. It's a lot of people go in there looking for the master of the hunts, or the god of tracking, or whatever you want to call him. What did I say, Guerin?
Yeah.
Guerin's slumber. I had a friend go in there, and a lot of people say that you can go in there, and if you meet Guerin, he'll take you to the Huntlands. you know, so people that go in there, they tend to not, you know, come back. It's like a time for either reflection or something. She's like, I'm not sure. It freaks me out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not.
I was
I'm
told
not
that you could talk to other slain rangers in there.
Well, I mean, everything's got its different lore. He's like, she kind of like whispers. She's like, nobody in weird. Like nobody in town goes up in there. It's beautiful. So like, but I'm superstitious. I'm chilling.
I'm just a little stitious.
You're a tad stitious.
Yeah.
Don't be suspicious. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's interesting information. I don't know. I'll have to stew on that and think what would be best.
I mean, she looks at it. She's like, looks, you know, like if I haven't gone in there, but maybe we'll go. I'll go. She's like, you're here. You mean you live in New York City and you don't do these things? maybe we'll go to Statue of Liberty together today. We'll go do these. Yeah, like she's like, I mean, heck, wanna go check it out?
Let's do it.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. And she reaches over to Blandina. She's like, I didn't get your name. You run into elves, and you know, my bad. You appear to be a high elf. She's a half elf herself.
Blandina Silveranth. No worries. You've clearly got. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. So this is really cool. Maybe we'll talk about, you know, she kind of like rubs her tattoo. And like, maybe we'll talk about stuff in the grove.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe after lunch. Twent. You're just grump stomping. You're just doing your dwarven grumpy stomp, and you start hearing the banging of hammers. But as you get closer, you hear bang bang off to your right, and then very consistent dwarven, you know, process of banging off to your left. You know that there are two smiths. Which one are you? Well, obviously, you get the idea. There's definitely a dwarven smith this way, but you hear another smith off to your right.
Based on my knowledge of the forging process, and I'm reasonably good at it, which one would be a master at work versus someone that's just pounding metal?
That away, off to the left, 100%. And you don't even have to do a perception check. It's almost like you can hear the banging passive aggressively, you know what I mean? Like hitting louder on a tempo to correct whoever is down the street.
I go that way.
You could chuckle if you wanted to. Like inside, you're like, I know what's going on here. And you move forward and you see like a very strong like furnace, big bellows, and a big like open like barn area. There's at least one or two furnaces.
I just want to walk in, look around, find the. Is there just one dwarf working here, or is there multiple?
You see one.
Okay, I just want to walk up and just admire his forge work, and I just want to see what do I think of his forge work? Is it like, is he pretty damn good at this, or is he?
You do perception. Yeah, go for it.
19.
Yeah, as he's banging away, and he's like, you notice that he's not even looking at what he's doing. There is a piece of steel in front of him, and he's staring straight back at you. As you were sitting there admiring him, you feel a really awkward moment as he's sitting there and staring straight back at you as he's banging away, and he's just like, if you want to be an apprentice, I've been looking for one for years. It's not gonna be that no good down the street. She's not even trying. You listen? Ting, ting. And he's like, completely out of sequence, still trying to build the same shield as me. Not that we're gonna need one in this town. Ting, ting. Every dwarf needs to forge his legacy. I see that medallion on your chest. Tink, tink. She's like, and he's still looking, and he's like, one of the lads from Puent. What are you, one of those menacing little monsters from Puent? Tink, tink.
From Puent? What?
Puent, You know, the Battle Rangers, and he's banging away.
I know of them.
I see.
My
the way
name
you
is-
look. Yeah. Go ahead.
My name is Puent.
And he kind of drops his hammer and he like looks around and he's like, "Oh, if only it was."
Puent Hammer, at your service. And I do it, and I give him a blessing of the Forge, and go. I'm a Forge cleric of Mundarin. I just
He's like,
and
"Pick up a hammer. Let's talk."
anytime. So I brought my own, and I get my own out because
He looks at it and he's like, you know, and you see his, and it's just like, this is the Hammer 3000. You know what I mean? Like, he's got it, and you're just like, oh God, the Hammer 3000, the Nimbus 2000. He's like, he's just banging away at this thing, and you can tell.
as he's doing that, then, and he's banging away, I do my divine channeling in front of him to get the divine inspiration of Modern on the item that he's held, and to assist him with my clerical powers.
Okay. You see, as he's like, you start like raising, you know, your clerical powers, and you help like forge this thing. He looks at it, and he's like, "Whoa, not too bad." As you like look away, and you can see in the same steel, he looks over and he does like the same magic and cleans up. You know what I mean? He like empowers it a little more, and he's like, "Look what you did! Great job!" You know, and like, "Young man, all right." He's like, "As I've mentioned, I've been looking for an apprentice and a young man." And you see out the back, you see Dark walking forward in just like you know, a smith's cloth and an apron on him, and he looks at you. He's like, "Friends, hey, Gwen, how have you been?" And he kind of looks at you, and you can see his scars and stuff like that. And he's like, look, I've taken out a good life." And he kind of points, and he's like, "I mean, they're not magical, but we have plenty of weapons here." He's like, "I've told him all about you." And he's looking, he's like, "We've been waiting for you. So, what brings you into my forge?"
As he's there, I look around just to make sure that there's no one else around.
"Should I put my steel down?" And he puts down the steel, and he was
you
looking
should-
at you.
Let's just. I walk back to the door. I shut the door behind me.
Dark,
I
out! And Dark leaves also. Like he's his apprentice. And he's like, "Let's get down to dwarven business."
I walk up to Geldrin, and I take out the shaft of the faux hammer, of the sword, of the hammer I got.
Yeah, I got you.
Put it down on the anvil in front of him.
And this is, you took out, what? Wait, what now?
That's the spike from the.
Oh, yeah. He's like, "B." And he looks at this and he's like, "How did you come by this?"
We stopped some anchorites, and there was a Gophias tree that this was embedded within.
You know. And he kind of looks at you and he's like, "A dear old friend of mine used one of these to try to defeat an ancient vampire. Your Grey." And he like shows it right there. And he's like, "You know what this deal is called?"
No, it's something that I've not seen before, hence the reason.
He whistles in, he's like, he whispers in, he's like, "This is incredible. This is old dwarven, ancient, old steel. There's not much of it." He's like, "Come in closer." Closer? A little bit closer. Adamantine is what they call it these days. Do you know that?
I've heard the name, yes.
This is very rare. Do not show this to anybody. Out of here. And he takes it and he puts it underneath his, it's in better hands now. Ah! He hands it back to you.
Thank you. And also, we have liberated Axel Home from the incursions of the undead.
Oh, Excellent.
We have,
A fine forge.
yeah, we have started. We've started the rekindling the forge, sorting stuff out. And so I get out the scroll with the metal the ends, put it down, take the metal ends off, pull the scroll out, and it's got all the schematics in old Dwarvish. And I was like, I've been looking for someone that could help me understand what these are.
That's right. I wrote that down a little while ago. Where was that? That's Butterskull, Circle of Thunder, Triboar. Oh, that's right. You guys went. You jumped it. You went to actually. You were supposed to. I did Triboar. Yeah, I have to go this way, then back this way.
P, did you need this? I have in my bag of holding a weird dwarven chest. Did that have?
Yeah, I kind of need that.
Here you have 200 pounds of shit.
Luckily, I can carry it because I'm a big, strong lad. So.
Okay. Yeah. So he's like, this is the ancient blessing of Mordred. It's a ritual. It will take some time. Maybe not all the ingredients that we have here, but I'm sure within time we can find it. There's many different things you can do with this. He's like, hey, what do you bring this to me for?
We found this in Axelholm, along with, and I get the chest out and I put it. Kadoosh.
That is probably the most adamantine that I have seen since. And he kind of looks back and like trails off. And he's like, well, it's been a while.
Well, it's something that, Modern talks to us in many ways. In one of my visions of Modern, there was a hammer. There was and it looked to me as if this stake that was used was the handle of the hammer.
It's like it was. And he flips it on the bottom, and you can see on the bottom of the hammer there's a symbol of a hammer, and you look up and he points and he's like, I know, because I made it.
Huh? It was one of those visions that always spoke of prophecy and spoke of meaning and spoke of worth.
Well, there is prophecy. This came into your hands for a reason. What do you think that is?
But you did mention let's be frank. I've been told where you come from. And I know you don't like using the name. Let's just say we have more in common than you care to realize. I also have a name, and I don't use the same.
Wow.
You mentioned Thistledorp Point, which is the namesake of my clan and my family. I travel without that name, without my family name, because it would give too much suspicion, especially around these lands. I'm sure you realise that. Let's say my patriarch of my family has erred and has lost his way.
His way was aggressive, but it was for the good.
Oh, it was, but he is now risen again as a vampire.
Well, maybe you're to lay him rest.
That is why I left the hall, and it's why I vowed not to return to Mithra Hall until I have the means at my disposal to be able to deal with this.
And you came here to present this to me, to design the weapon. It was built for Dorcray, but to kill your grandfather?
No, to put my grandfather finally at rest. He's already dead.
Yeah, he kind of he misspoke. He's like, understood. Well, goes back. It's very fine steel. I could craft this hammer. And he's like, looks at the rest of it, and he's like, for a cost of that. And he looks at the pile. He's like, I think we could work together. Maybe we should return this to a place that it belongs. Axe home, or
Well,
I don't say that I would ever return Felbar.
let's just say, if half the rumors I've heard of your ability are true, you need to go and reignite the forge at Axelholm. A smith of your caliber is the only type of dwarf that will be able to make those forges ring true.
You lay Thibbledorf to rest. What becomes of you with the might that you, and the legacy that you'll have? Is that all you'll do? What will you do with your strength beyond this?
To be honest, I do not know. I am here to serve Modern in the Dwarven race. So that's all I've ever wanted to do. However, the calling from within when I was at my studies in Mithril Hall just ensured that I had to do this. It wasn't I like to do it. In every fiber of my being, I have to put Thistledorf to rest. And once that's done, a page turns and we move forward and see what happens. I'm not seeking glory. I'm seeking the patriarchs of my family to be at rest once and for all. And then what happens after that day, to be honest, in normal fashion, I've got a single track mind. That is what I'm here for.
Seems noble enough. I can help you. I don't ask for anything in return. Your heart is noble. It's good running into another dwarf here. Doc has been a very helpful. I can faceless. You know what I mean? He's just like he's a great apprentice.
He was always inquisitive, which is always a good trait.
He kind of looks down. He's like, "This is your time. I missed mine. During the War of the Silver Marshes, I obtained reports of the orcs and the frost giants attacking into the Silver Marches. I've been forgetting about that. Attacking the dwarf holds throughout, including Mithril Hall, where your family became esteemed. I wanted to join, but I restrained myself for business, along with other dwarves in this area who feel shame about returning. Never again. These orcs and giants, I think this is your time.
Well,
Please
at it,
help the
I
world's
agree.
Christ here."
we are here to do our bit, and to be honest, however much I've not told them to their faces, but the group I'm with, each of them have they're special in their own way.
No, get this. Okay. He, it does a cut scene as he kind of looks over the equipment. You guys begin chatting. He lets Dark in, and you guys start passing different, techniques, and you're kind of getting like that cool refresh of forging again. And he turns your wrist a little bit and changes things around and preparing you for level 6. You know what I mean? You're not there yet, but he's kind of doing that. This is what you're going to need to arrive there. This is what you're missing in making these tokens and stuff like that. And kind of we'll shift back to you guys. You guys are finishing up your cow. Zindra Winterbow finishes it up, kind of wipes her face, puts her quiver on her hip, and grabs her bow, and she's just like, "Wanna go check it out?
Just us room.
This is weird." Yeah, no. She's like, "Yeah, I've never been there. It's up to you." Kind of looks around the room like,
I'm gonna look at the rest of the party.
You're going in the woods with some elf lady? I mean, have fun. See you.
you get the sense that she's, you wouldn't have to detect good and evil. You can tell she's like loft. She's like,
Yeah, no worries there.
You haven't met someone like this good in a long time.
Okay. She's the brand.
She has brand. Yeah, truly. Looks at you, playing it up. Yep. Elf, you want to go check out some woods?
I'm good. I'm
I'm
good.
just saying, I've been in this town for like two weeks, and I haven't been there. But hey, off we go.
Let's
I'll,
go.
I'll
Friday.
say, you know what? Kawaddle, he's good. You're in good hands with Kawaddle.
Where do you? Yeah, all right.
Have fun.
Okay. You depart. Mirror, where do you want to go?
I'm going to the keep.
Okay.
The paladin went to see if they found the individual they're looking for, the cleric, or catch up on that.
Okay. You walk up. There's like two people standing in line to go in, as normal keeps with one leader, and you kind of you can queue up or just storm in, But there's some folks standing there. There's two ladies that are kind of arguing back and forth about some sort of like dispute over eggs being delivered on time and something something random and very townsy. Blaine, do you know where you want to go?
I'm actually going to go with him, and
Okay.
I'm going to try to get a room in the keep and find out about this wizard.
Okay. What, the young guy?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see them. You get the sense that they went into the keep. So you're going to the keep
Yep.
with Mirren. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You guys head up there. That being said, you and Zinger Winterbow move forward to what's called. She describes you as Guerin's slumber. I have so many notes. Can you believe I read this much? Where's the? You can tell many of the trees are perpetually dazzling, shades of yellow, orange, green, and she tells you stories like, "Yeah, this is great. Like meeting Guerin would be cool." She's like, "I've heard stories that if you go into this area, once every century or something like that, Guerin will appear. It's pretty cool."
Excellent. Well, hopefully the woods are smiling upon us today, and today's the day.
Searching. You walk into this magnificent tree line. You keep moving and you see like the petals of pink and stuff like that kind of swirling. You've never been in a place like as fancy, fantastic as this. Let me adjust some cameras here for folks that are watching. Return to radar, switch to Tim mode, adjust the cameras. Am I going the right way? Nope. Other way. Adjusting cameras.
Oh, the whole world is spinning. The whole world is spinning.
Enhance.
How much vino have I been drinking? God, the whole world's spinning.
I'm not amused.
Enhance. Amazon, everybody. These trees are there. Okay. That's not there. That was just to get you to go there. Okay. So, okay. You walk in, as I mentioned, you see this like very cool scene of beautiful, vibrant spring colors, the cherry blossoms, etc. And as you walk up, the wind stops. It's not as cold anymore. It seems like a little bit warmer, like springtime. Okay. As you arrive. Word. Oh, this is my good guy tray. This is the good tray. This is winter bow. Winter bow.
Zinthra winter bow.
So is this a bad time to say that they've lured Kotor here for an ambush of 20 people about to gank him?
Nope.
Quite possibly.
Yeah. You hear the wind steadies, and as the wind stops, you hear my son like go like in a very beautiful voice, and then you reach out with your ears more to like hear that sound, and it's like a bird chirp or something, and you're like, no, it's just a trick of the brain. But then in the back of your mind, you're like, you know what I mean? I'm hearing these things. You walk, to the center of this area. You look around, and make a perception check. And she's kind of looking. She's like, well, this looks like a. It looks like a. This is beautiful. And she sits down and she's like, I'm taking a. I feel like I'm taking a nap. She just falls asleep next to you, leaning her head against one of these like a log or something kind of comfortable, and then you just in the distance hear, and you kind of look up into the tree line, and you see crouched in a tree a red-skinned with like 2 horns and 2 teeth with a large glaive kind of looking at you, and it's just like, the husk of your body will be refreshing. As you get to roll initiative. I painted him just last night. An Oni.
You've been assassin.
That's really cool.
Well, this is going to be sporty.
Yeah.
I was really hoping there was a paladin involved in this one. Maybe you guys will hear things.
Hey, cue up counter number 9.
Just wake her up like, hey.
Yeah. So I rolled a hot 3. I'm gonna kind of see if I can wake up Zinthra.
You cannot, as she seems to be in some sort of magical sleep. As the thing hops down, takes its glaive, and spins it in its hands.
Mm-hmm.
Make another perception check as it kind of walks around you.
That is a 12.
As you see its skin with its tusks and its horns, its long black hair, you can see bits of its clothing look very, very familiar to you. As you can see, the husk of what used to be Drennan has changed into a fiendish form as it begins to circle you. Moves in to strike you with its glaive. Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
And a 24 definitely hits.
Yeah, they're both dead.
Oh yeah.
Eric, so just so you know, this is one of Eric's from Hebridean Tales is
Oh, so that's
creatures.
Ooh. You run away.
Then I have a leaper.
Yeah, I got.
Comes in with the glaive, skewers you in your shoulders, and then pulls it out, and then hits you between your legs with the back end for 32 piercing, slashing damage.
Sweet. Okay.
It's your turn.
I'm gonna run away.
You're gonna run away?
I'm gonna run away.
Okay. So that is gonna take a opportunity attack.
Yes.
All right. I like this. Say 23 hits.
Yes, it does.
19.
So before this happens, I want it to be known that I was running away to go get party members to come back.
Yep.
Not to leave Zithra there on her own. So I'm dead.
Hits you straight in the back. You do get a weird sense, Mirren, that something might not be.
All is not well. How would that
Death counter to 9.
be? So, 'cause obviously we're out. Me and Wendy are outside waiting, outside the keep. Just the internal feeling of crap, like something's off.
We shouldn't let him go alone.
You weren't alone. Okay. But mythical glades are never the best thing. Crap. You know what? I'm gonna make sure he doesn't get an STI or something. Probably gonna check up on him. Yeah. Those email elves. So I will cast Summon Steed. And like Blandina, you got this? Check up on your weird mage guy that nobody knows. Weird guy. You gotta make sure.
Do you want some backup? I'll go with you.
Something's off in the world. I don't know what. I don't know why. Or who. Or I don't have any information. Something's off. All right.
Listen, we're just two
Yeah, there's a
we're
whole-
just two elves going to help a friend.
Yeah, we want to make sure he doesn't, because I mean, penicillin doesn't exist yet. We make sure he's fine. Hop on back. We're gonna go stop this from happening.
This keep is gonna be here. Let's go.
Yeah, so
Your divine sense goes off internally.
Ironius is looking out for you. Just here. So yep, summon Steed. So that you get the war horse back in business.
Okay.
And we make off toward the direction we presume he went to the group.
Okay, and Blandina's going with you. You're going. Blandina's with you.
Knock up on the bat.
Yep. You guys roll in. You're feeling something doesn't feel right as you move forward. You guys race. Everybody in the town's like, what? What's going on? You burst through the woods as you see a large creature devouring the woman elf. He's just eating her like stomach, and you see with one hand him holding like the husk of Quaddle. He looks over at you, drops Quaddle, who is on. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. You don't have a rushing memory of pain or anything like that.
Okay.
As we pull up, I tap my chest and cast Mage Armor.
Okay. Point. Just so you know, as you were banging away at the hammers, you did notice, arriving at least a round later, if you want to, you saw Mirren and Blandino ride off Mirren being in the lead, you know, being the most paladin-y, being the most protecty of folks, I suppose, gets the hunch. And Quent, you start feeling the weight of your new amulet. Like, you've been sitting here messing with this hammer, and you kind of just something over your shoulder. You're thinking of your companions, and you see them like ride off hurriedly. You two can roll in. Blandina and yep, go
I
ahead.
turn to Galdrin and say, I know this is important, but my partyman needs me. The Crowbane Conclave calls for my assistance.
Oh, that's a very clever name. Idiots. And he just keeps what's your initiative?
3.
3? Nice. Tight. And what was your initiative, Blandina?
5.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. Tight. As you guys arrive on the scene, it's going to run to Mirren. Perform its whirling strike as the Oni spins their glaive in a full circle, unleashing a blast of wind. Each creature within the 15 feet must make a strength save or be pushed 15 feet and knocked prone. So make your strength save, the two of you, please. Mirren?
16.
Got it. You're good.
9.
You are pushed away and knocked prone.
Perfect.
Can you see horses booger off? They're all startled and leave as you see this creature, you know, like just kind of staring at you and moving forward. That brings up you had a 5. Mirren, you're up. You're having a low initiative in a 2-person fight. One's a 20 and one's a 10.
I was
2019.
Mirren, you were 2.
I had a 3.
I had a 5.
Blandina?
I had a 5.
Okay, go for it.
Uh,
Go for it.
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna stand up and just get away from Quaddle and cast Tasha's Mind Whip at a 3rd level. Needs to make an intellect saving throw. 15.
Intellect. Okay. Mind Whip is what condition is that?
What do you mean? What? It's
Oh,
an attack.
yeah. What is it? Okay. Okay. It hits.
So it failed the int save.
Yep.
Okay.
12,
So
yep.
so it's gonna take 3d6 psychic damage.
Okay.
So it takes 7 psychic damage, and it can't take a reaction until its next turn. And
It can't take a read.
it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. Also,
Okay.
on its next turn, it has to choose whether you move, use an action, or a bonus action. You only get to choose one.
Okay. It can move. It can wait. It can move.
Use its
Oh,
action,
okay. I got it.
or its
Yeah, I
bonus
got you.
action. That's it.
Okay. Perfect.
What an evil spell. God.
Damn.
Well done.
Indeed.
Uh-oh, I'm getting messages. Oh, okay.
Map thing.
You guys like my Oni mask? I just noticed it was on my head as I saw myself in this.
As you're looking down, it's like,
Okay, 7 damage. Got it. And that brings up Mirren.
Okay. So
You see where Quaddle is where Quaddle is. He was like right here when he dropped him. This thing was chewing on him.
30 feet.
It ran up and it did the whirling thing. It's about him. And you're about him.
So I will run up, essentially abandon all thought. I'm going to cast Might on this attack, level 2.
What?
So it will use both my level 2 spell slots on each attack. So I will attempt to hit.
Okay.
And with that as well.
Oh, you're calling the smite? You said? Oof.
And then I will, being that I'm going to use Smite, I will also channel Divinity Inspiring Smite, which after I deal damage to a creature with my Divine Smite, using my channel ability as a bonus action, I will be able to distribute temporary hit points to creatures of my choice within 30 feet of 2d8 plus 5.
But first, we'll see if I can do us.
It won't raise him.
No. Does.
Right? Help me on this point. Co-DMs.
Yeah, sorry, was that about 10 hit points, was it?
Yeah.
Well, can temp hit points, being distributed temp hit points, raise somebody?
Or no.
That's an interesting one, actually.
We're gonna say. Let me think about how this is. Do you add hit points at the end of your thing? You have temp hit points. When
Hang
you
on,
are
let me-
raised, you have those hit points.
Okay.
Okay.
If you have 0 hit points, receiving temporary hit points does not restore you to consciousness or stabilize you.
Yeah, okay. So you stabilize, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, good. Then I will go with that.
Or
Or
stabilize.
Yeah.
Oh, it does not.
It doesn't do anything.
Okay, never mind then.
But however, what they can do, they still can absorb damage. So say for instance you give him 10 temporary hit points and he gets hit for 9, it doesn't
Yeah,
actually give it. It doesn't give him two. It doesn't give him 2 death saving throws because you've not actually damaged him.
Got it.
Okay,
You have temp hit points.
we'll go with that. Alright, so I'll go with that, see if it will.
If I hit.
Okay.
So basically.
What's your initiative, Quint?
Alright, so one's not gonna hit. It's a 10, but the other one's a nat 20.
Can you follow it? You did 2 attacks.
Yeah.
You're both smiting.
Yeah.
You're smiting on both, and
One
you
of them
call
is a
it.
straight.
This is our. This is our first declared crit smite. You know what to do. You've been playing for 4 years with me. Roll that damage. And Eric, if you're watching, now I'm gonna lay off the brakes. We're going full Oni.
Level 2.
We're on.
So I want to see. Make sure you this. That's normal attack. That's 8 plus the 3d8. That's 24. The 30. That's 37 plus the roll.
Thank goodness he can't take a reaction.
41. 7. Alright, so it's 47 damage. So the 24 that is slashing, and then the other 23 is radiant.
Okay, 24 slashing. So not magical weapon. Nope, Dragon Slayer is magical. All of it. So 47 total?
Yep.
That was a game changer as the paladin bursts through, the cherry blossoms on this Oni mythical creature, a fiend of lore, and just boom with like all of this radiant energy. And that's what cues you in, Gwen. You see a streak of light coming from the sky, and you know that something happened. No birds are leaving this magical orchard or anything like that. But you know something's up. What's up?
So
Got more?
yeah. So the divided temporary hit points. So I get 14 to divide. Is she beyond help?
Her?
Yes.
She looks dead. Yeah, he's chewing on her. She's in her form of death saves. I can eat her guts and you need death saves.
And
Okay.
I will give 7 and 7 temporary hit points to both of them.
Okay.
Let's see if that happens.
All right. That brings up. Let's see. We got everybody, and we can do your save. Okay. Oni's turn. You are in melee. Correct. All right. So he's just gonna hit. It's not gonna be those things. It's gonna go with the glaive. Since you're in melee. Ooh, those will do it. That's a 27 and a 24 to hit.
Yeah, both those.
All right.
I mean,
I mean, I pulled back. I was pulling back the damage on you too. Well,
Yeah.
bad. 32. It's 19 slashing as it pokes into your chest as it's held by Tasha's mind whip, which this is kind of like struggling with something and cackling. So that's what did I say?
19.
19, and then 22 slashing again as it slices up at you.
Okay.
And just like looks at you, and he's just like, "Your body is good, Drow." As it's like assessing which body it wants to have for the rest of eternity.
Mm.
And that's all that can do. Quint, what'd you get?
Initiative 9.
Well, then you're next. As you run into
Really?
the grove.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. As you run into the grove and you watch, you see two like rangers laying in the ground, one just being ripped open and eaten. Well, its entrails are out. Her entrails are out. You see Quaddle unconscious. You run up, and I'll say you're 30 feet out.
Okay, I run in.
You name yourself?
No.
I run in, and I'm going to do something that is really shocking and unique.
Oh, God damn it. Yep, right here. Right here.
Spirit Guardians.
You heard me. You heard me. It's right here, yeah. Ready to go. That doesn't matter. You can knock over trees. It's your map.
Wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom saving throw. Are you running up to him?
Yeah, I said I run up to him and Spirit Guardians.
All right, so he designed this, so he's immune to Spirit Guardians.
Is he now?
I'm just kidding. That's a 12.
It's running the card here, so
I would say.
Yeah.
Fails. So that's 15 radiant damage.
15 radiant. Okay.
And I then use a healing word on my ranger friend to get him back onto his feet.
Okay. You feel Mordrin's blessing and you come
And you
back.
get 11 hit points back.
Plus the 10 hit points, correct?
7 to him.
Yep.
All right, Eric, if you're listening, we're back, baby. All right, so that brings up Blandina. And then Koala's on deck
I am.
because you have the load to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna run around to the flank and from the side cast Rhymes Binding Ice.
Hang on, if you want to get close, you're getting just close enough to put the Spirit Guardians on him, correct? Like,
Well, no, I'm running as far as I can to get near him because if he wants to hit me, he can hit me. I
Blandina,
literally
you- okay.
I'm moving
You
in.
wanna get-
I'm moving into
One
the
sec.
side to flank it,
Okay.
but staying outside of melee, obviously, and Rhymes
You
Binding
get
Ice.
15 feet of movement because you had to stand up.
I would have been standing on the last turn.
You got hit in the prone. Remember where he did the whirling
Right, but I would have stood up to cast that spell.
thing? Okay. Quint, I just need to know how close you are to this guy.
as close as I possibly can.
Okay. All right.
Watch out, pretty trees.
Oh, we're just gonna adjust this. There you go. And then you want to get over to do you want to be in the Spirit Guardians, Blandina?
Yeah, I'm gonna get over to the Spirit Guardians, but I'm trying to get this cone to not hit these guys, but just hit the Oni. And
If you move within, I'll say if you move within 5 feet, you can get the cone to not blast your mates. You're gonna have to get closer because they're in melee distance.
as long as I'm outside of melee, then
Yep.
and I can step back after I cast it, then
You'll have to be empty for this glaive. But I'll say you're 10 feet out, you move, and you're good to go. As long as you're planning it, I'm fine with that. That's
yeah. So it needs to make a con save.
fine. Yep. Oh, net 20. So I'm assuming.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
pass. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just takes half the damage is all it is.
Okay. I don't always apologize for them. But my family's Canadian. I saved up for everything. Like, sorry.
Sorry.
3.
Three.
I'm coming for you, Point.
That's fine.
Is it 3d8 or 48?
If he hits me,
48.
if he hits me, he stops my friend who's on low hit points from dying again.
Let's take 7 cold damage,
Okay.
and it is not hindered by the ice. So that's the only
Okay.
difference. And
Okay.
that's it.
So you guys see Uggs Magoo, like you know, frost flying over. It does hit the elf. The only way that you could do this, it does sprinkle, but she was, you know, dealing with whatever. So she may or may not have lost a death save there. But hey, live another day. Let's see. That brings up Waddle. You get up and you got like your bow wrapped around your head. You got these gushing glaive wounds, and you see what looks like that you just been told your father's body stretched into this giant husking form, where like you see like red bone coming out, and it's got new skin where like the old skin is there. It's looking pretty tight. Yeah, it's awesome.
Sweet.
Pretty tight. Pretty tight.
Hey, Dad. Okay, I'm going to use. Slayer's Prey.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and make 2 attacks with the
Use that first.
longbow.
Okay. Well, there's not 2 creatures, so we'll just know. Just remember. Well, that's to remind us that Slayer's Prey is on it. Right?
So it is a 9 to hit and a dirty 25 to hit. Oh, and then 25 to hit.
The 9 misses, the 25 hits.
Okay.
It's like looks over its shoulder, bats away one of your arrows with the bottom half of its glaive, and then as it presents its chest, you
Okay.
blast them.
So it's 6 piercing from the arrow. I'm gonna roll for Slayer's Prey plus 3.
So 9 total?
9 total.
Okay. Arrow, you guys see an arrow protruding from his back as more and more people are entering the fight, and that brings up Mirren.
To continue the fight, I will use both my attacks right now. I'm not presumed to be any other enemy, so I'm going to use 2 level 1 spell slots to smite as well. And that'll be a.
Mirren,
Yep.
if I'm next to him, you could get around the other side and flank him, so you get your advantage on your attack.
That probably.
You do-
help.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Turn around.
Go ahead and move him.
Well, I mean, if we have enough people, we probably already are. If he had people to his backside where Quaddle is, so I think we're already good.
Yeah, that's fine. I get what he's saying. There you go. There you go. Fine.
Alright, so then the first would be an 18 to hit, and the other one would be an 18 to hit.
Both hit.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 8. That is 7, 10, 5, 15 slashing plus 16 slashing. So 15, 16 slashing. 31 to slashing again.
You see, as you do this, some sort of. It can take a reaction this round, correct? Right. Yeah. You see something like tighten, and as one of the radiant, like gashes on its arm, heals just a little bit.
Okay. Then as a bonus action, I will
Reopen that wound. Yeah. Go in
do
there.
that. Bonus action.
Bonus action, Shield Master Shove, attempt to knock him prone.
Can you do it to a large?
One size up.
Okay.
Yep. So action be so strength on strength.
Ooh, strength on strength. This will be fun.
It's athletics on athletics.
Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say because it's a strength. I got nat 20 plus 4, so 24.
It's athletics normally. Is in a contested athletics check.
Okay. So action, mostly skills, athletics. That's plus 4 already.
22. You got a 24?
Yep.
Nice. This is quite the like boom, like they both smash into each other, and this thing goes back how far?
I just went to knock him prone instead of I wasn't trying to knock him.
Okay. Yep. It falls prone, hanging onto its glaive gracefully, taking a knee, and starts like in full move. I'm just making it look sexy, and then tries to stand back up. That brings up you guys both. You were lasties. All right.
I guess it would have helped if I was like the first one to get up.
Yeah.
Now it's back up.
Yeah.
Like he's prone, everybody gets on. But he's the first one instead.
All right. It is going to continue. Oh, I want to see if it gets its recharge. Right. The Oni takes its glaive, spins it into a circle, and I need strength save from everybody within 15 feet from Blandina. Are you within 15?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So I did a group strength save.
17.
All right, you got it. The wind blows by you.
Nat 20.
Natural points.
7.
Yay! Poof. You go flying backwards 15 feet and are knocked prone with your Spirit Guardians. I will say he's still in range of the Spirit Guardians. Have I taken damage this round?
He needs to do a Wisdom saving throw.
Yep. 18, 19.
He passes that, so he takes 13. He takes 6 radiant damage.
Okay. Gonna hold what it's got. Actually, it's gonna try to jump. And Miriam, you get an opportunity attack as it jumps 30 feet.
I failed too, so
You're pushed?
Yeah.
Oh, you're with him. It's standing over top of you. Super nice.
Yeah.
19.
Hits.
And then 7 slashing damage.
Come on, Eric. Your monster's doing good. All right. Let's see. That brings up Point. Who needs to stand up? Move half of his movement. Who wants to move?
Yeah, move towards him. How far? Once I move my half my movement, how far away is he from me?
Let's say 40.
Okay, I use my action to move 25 feet towards him, so he should be within my Spirit Guardians then.
Okay. Good maths.
Little dash.
Yep.
very dash.
And I then use a bonus action, summon Spiritual Weapon.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep. There it is. Boop. Got it.
It's the trifecta.
Okay.
And 18 to hit on him.
That hits.
And it's 11 points of force damage.
Okay. Force damage. I feel like I just spoke force damage into existence in this one.
It's like, oh yeah, I got that, son.
Oh, you're lucky. When I stand on a creature, then 5. That creature. Ooh, words mean things, Eric. They can't take this reaction because it can only hit that creature. I love it. All right. Okay, we're getting close to something. Let's see. That brings up Blandina.
Pencil!
Magic missile!
Pencil! 5 of them!
You got all fours. Nice, dude.
It's 4 4s and a 3.
Nice.
Holy shit. So that is 16, 19, 24 from
Okay.
magic missiles at a level 3.
Make a charisma save, Qual.
Right.
And as cutscene, there's all sorts of magic missiles fly and hit this creature.
320.
Nice. You feel something go into your mind quickly, and it was just like, be with your father. And you feel yourself being pulled into this creature as you get the sense that your father is long gone, and that is just a husk of your father, and you pull back into your body, and you see this creature's eyes go from like white and lifeless, and the giant like falls to the ground with like just steaming from magic missiles. You hear from the side as the woman like stands up and like just like, please, somebody please. And she's like, I think this is supposed to be on the inside. And kind of looks down.
Yeah, since before we do anything, I will put a 15 lay on hand. Like, let's go ahead and pass that up real quick.
On her,
Open belly.
you feel it. You just hear her say like, thank you.
Well, thanks for leading me here.
I feel like I died.
She just looks at you and she's just like,
Did you know this was gonna happen? Did you lead me here?
and she kind of like looks at herself and she's just like, we never know where life will lead us. It's like, but I'm out.
Yeah.
And she's just like, she just goes straight north into the woods.
Is that the wrong way to town?
Okay.
I'll say to Kotor, who's that?
Exactly. Who the F was that?
Oh. Yeah, I met her in the tavern, and she led me here, and it was just her and I, and then I blacked out after that. This One appeared, and that's the last thing I remember.
How much did you drink?
Nothing. I had one cold cruiser, one or two, I swear.
Yay big.
Well, let's go check this guy out that we've been beating on.
Yeah, he's wearing my dead father's skin. So,
He's wearing your
Pardon?
dad too?
Sorry, repeat that again.
yeah, this outer husk is my mentor.
You said it's your dad.
Oh yeah, I learned some cool information too. Learned a lot. Yeah, learned a lot today. Big day. You were there when we were talking to the orcs.
Oh,
No.
I guess he wasn't right. He wasn't right there. A lot's happened.
Was this Oni your
What?
father or your mentor?
Well, the orcs kind of alluded to it maybe being my father also.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know if he would have told me that, but yeah,
What?
that he was my father also.
For what?
The mentor.
Why he told you that?
Why the mentor wouldn't have told me he also was my father.
Oh,
That's okay.
maybe he's swamp ass. I mean, yeah, he's not.
But who do you? But
RLG.com.
Kotor, the question on this one, Kotor, is: do you obviously your mentor / dad brought you up for a number of for your whole childhood, and you trust him. Why would some random orc saying this make you feel that he's your dad as well?
No, Swamp Axe was not my dad.
No, what I'm saying is, Swamp Axe told you that your mentor was also your dad.
Yes.
But how do you know that's true?
I don't know. I was hoping to maybe find some sort of answers in this forest. That didn't go too well.
Well, let's. What was this creature that? Can I do any sort of religion or history or some checks? Or
He knows it's an Oni. Like Lawrence knows it's an Oni. Quaddle, you know what I mean? You're like, yeah. You're just like, it did feel like the type of creature you guys ran into.
Okay.
This was a giant.
Okay.
In like a ninja giant, you know, like weird.
Giant.
Ninjago.
I got a religion check of 18.
You sit there and you study this thing, and something after you study for like 2 or 3 minutes, you're looking over this creature, and you've heard of fiends like demonic creatures that live in places like this. They're adjacent to giant types, very chaotic. They eat people. They like to take them when they sleep, and they wait until a body is used and jump into another body and use that body as a fresh start.
How fresh does the body need to be for them to? Because I thought.
They could jump into yours right now.
Wow, that's scary but wow.
So the demon that kind of just like lives into a body and like grows it into this giant and like feeds and looks for a new Hulk when it's kind of sick of draining the life force from one.
How do we know that we've defeated the creature if it can jump from body to body?
You hear in the distance.
Oh shit! He did run off. Oh, she ran off.
And you hear in your voice, my son. And gone.
You just healed a.
Yeah, no. So that was legit Oni. She got up. Nobody healed her. She had temporary hit points. She came kind of out of nowhere. It's just like, hey, heal me. Like, hey, whatever. Boom. She fell me. Damn. You got Oni.
You'll have that.
You got Oni. We'll be seeing that chick again.
You guys patch yourself up. I'll say before we end, you look down. This glaive looks pristine. You see this thing, and you've seen it before. It's a weapon that you've seen your mentor use as well. It's got beads in the top of it, and some beads near the base where he was using to track distances, various etchings and things like that on it, in patterns that speak both Orcish and Elvish, and you feel a familiarity to this polearm.
Okay.
Other than that, there's really nothing special. You look in, and there's baubles and things that are like rings, like it was stealing valuable things from people off from bodies that don't necessarily matter. It was important to them. There's like a necklace and stuff like that, but it's all very ranger-based stuff because people would come in here thinking clearly that they were going to go see this guy and disappearing, but they were being consumed.
I should have taken that disappearing thing as hey, we might need some more help. Live and learn.
Hey,
Live and learn.
sometimes the dragons, sometimes it's a dungeon. You know what I mean?
So, I'm gonna take the polearm and ask if Point can add like another carving or an imprint or an impression of the Emerald Enclave on there as well, so that I have this was my mentor's. I'm familiar with it. Has the Elvish and Orcish writing on it, but then I can add the Elm Enclave symbol as well.
Is that something I could do to magic items? That's what I'm asking.
You know a guy.
But this isn't a magic item, right?
This
This
is
is.
a +1 glaive.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you have pole arms as a proficiency or what are they called?
I mean, put them
Be a
in the
pole arm.
plate.
No, rangers get martial weapons, so it's fine.
Yeah, so you can technically use it. Yep. I mean, yes, you can use it. Sorry, my brain is like in combat mode right now. I'm trying to land. Role play time. Brain hurts. That was me using a card that I looked at for about 15 minutes before we began. But well, we're gonna finish as the party comes together. As Squaddle was like, "Yeah, I just rolled up into this orchard with a nice lady who is now this denizen that has been hunting, you know what I mean, you or somebody for a long time. You'll be wiser the next time you run into this fiend. There are giant demons in the world now. There's a lot going on. Triboar's a little bit safer this evening, and someone knows more about this orchard. You head back. There's more, people are kind of standing outside as the Lord, the lady of the town, comes walking out to greet you guys, and that's where we'll stop and pick up on the 31st of January is when we'll pick up our 31st of December, New Year's Eve. Boop, beep, boop. That one we'll pick up on that day. And then we'll run the Wanderers Emporium giveaway. We did the Hebridean Tales.
Yeah, we'll
Can
do
I show you guys?
We'll do
What week did I just
Wanderers Emporium next
Okay.
week.
I'll post this if Eric will let me.
in there.
If Eric will let me, I'll post. Anyways, I'll post it on my page if Eric will let me, next to the mini and stuff like that. Good push for his backer kit.
Yeah, and we'll do the Wanderers Emporium next week with Pete's group. So, have anything else?
Oh, we're gonna do the giveaway next week.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do it now.
No, we'll do it next
Oh.
week. Because I
Got it.
don't have time to get everybody in there. So yeah.
So proud.
If everybody else wants to stick around for a raid, we're gonna go raid Blue Box RPG.
Ooh, fun.
So
On
thanks
that note, one thing we haven't done is this is a really important thing. We haven't incremented Kotor's death counter from 8
Oh,
to
that's
9.
right.
Oh, the increase.
Hold on.
That's what we will call Dungeon Master Gimme today. Where Aaron's like, wait a minute, wait.
Quaddle death
We gotta
counter
see,
9.
but,
We're there. All right, so thanks everybody for sticking around. Yeah, next week we'll do the Wanderers Emporium giveaway, and we'll get back to Droofy and the Bryn Shander gang, Noynek and the Revengers,
Nice.
as we try to figure that out. So stick around for the raid, and we will see everybody next week. See ya.
Bye, guys. Sorry, my brain hurts. Miss you.